comer, an army of bees, the #1 comer. Welcome, welcome. The show is being prepared. Acknowledging the numbers is a mortal sin. Numbers do not exist. You hypothetically exist. Therefore, you cannot regard the numbers. You cannot regard the numbers. Does anyone want to talk about politics? Hi, I'm Chris. I'm Vangelus. I'm hosting the stream today. Welcome. It's July the 26th, 2025. And it is humid and sweaty, and I was rained on, and the rain was warm. It was like 100 human dogs were drooling on me one at a time, and then moving on, and another one coming in and dropping a drip and moving on. Disgusting. So I apologize for my inherent dampness and lack of quaff. Also, ignore the numbers. For those who are new to the numbers, the problem is YouTube implemented experience points based on you posting. If you buy a super chat, you gain 1 million extra points and you have paid to win. Nobody wins. And this was funny for like an hour, and then me and Aaron got sick of it during the news dive stream. So if you're new to this, the XP system is stupid and I can't turn it off. You can turn it off on your end through a series of menus that are stupid. Just in case you're curious about what's going on there. Anyway, I want to say hello to Long Was Here, and an army of bees, and Shia, and Cliff, and JT Elm, and Tonbot, and Brian, and Adam Rockmore, and Griff, and Delta Tryon, and the old switcheroo bee, Rock Nerd Radio. I think I said JT Elm already. I did. X Swordstone X, Mozotron, Picky Peeves. Hello, everybody. Yeah, this is hello, Alexis Silver. The best way to describe this is much like the way that here on YouTube streaming, we do have raids in the form of redirects, as they're called. It is a half-implemented system that kind of works and is buried. So this XP thing is sort of the same thing, where YouTube says, what's a thing Twitch does that we don't have? Gamified chat. We'll put in XP. Okay, what's the purpose? I don't know, we're done now. So, you know, there's no hype trains, there's no bits. Nobody wins for having the most XP, and XP caps every hour. It's pointless. But you can disable it on your end so you stop seeing the stupid crowns and everything. I discovered I can't as the streamer, so they will be baked into over here forever until they get rid of it, but I feel like that's not much of a big ask to just, like, you know, look at the funny numbers and go, oh, that's cool. Anyway, also, we gotta continue with our checklist here. That's the Toy Hacks coupon code, still active. That's also the Extra Life QR code. That's actually not related to this day's stream, so I am gonna... Also, Aaron's not here, so I'm gonna do that too. In fact, hang on a second. I'm still... No, I got rid of him there. We'll leave the Extra Life on that one. But that's the Toy Hacks code. Vangelus is still running for a few more days. If you are already going to order something from them and you want 15% off, if you do that, then you assist me. Face, what's up? We do love some checklists. Hello, GD Slalom, Robot Lorekeeper, Akuya. Hello. The thing is, if it was just number goes up, I would even say, sure, whatever. If they can just in perpetuity raise their XP number by 1 every time they post, go for it. But you get, like, a large amount, so you can post, like, what, 5 times or something? 5 to 10 times, and you've capped for an hour. So, like, whatever. And also, I can't give people points. I can't take away points, which would be the funniest thing in the world to do. To, you know, like, you know, play petty overlord and make people dance for scraps of nothing. I can't even do that. I can't even have fun being a tyrant. So, like, what's the point? None. So you all have every point from me that matters. Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm out for an hour. Like, it's pointless. People deduced this before I even looked at the scoreboard. They're like, oh yeah, I post 5 times and I've maxed out. It's like, oh, interesting. Like, can I not, like, take some of your points away? And then dangle it. Oh, you want this point back? Tell me I'm pretty. But no, I can't even do that. Also, so there's something I need to add here. I need to add a text caption. Because we are talking about HasLab Omega Prime. So, Omega Prime acknowledgement. It is acknowledged that... Why is this not text wrapping? Why is it so big? Hang on. I don't want size 256. Thank you! We'll go for a nice humble size 48. There we go. HasLab Omega Prime. It's been a trying and violent time for many people in the Transformers action franchise fandom, and any enjoyment or glee I experience is not meant to diminish the hardship, toil, and sacrifice of my fellow Hasbro fans. TM. Please direct anybody to this statement if they feel there is a lack of solemnity during this stream. _face. And then we will just crumple that up a little bit and put that up here. Maybe we'll put that over here. There we go. So that's pretty much covered my bases, I'm quite sure. Yeah, the pizza, the famous and popular food. Correct, Zimman. So, I want to put that there because I already know that mine's going to go better. For instance, it's going to go better than Lies, for example. I'll explain that as we go. But yeah, I'm going to mostly like focus on my copy, and I will explain the issues as I go. But I suspect I'm going to be having some fun, and I don't want to have fun in a way that makes, you know, anyone perhaps read between the lines and think, wow, you're having fun. As an insult to me? No. Well, you know, it depends. But generally speaking, no. So I am going to switch over to the desktop camera, and I will start explaining some things. So, one thing to note, I have already opened every single box because I filmed the trays for packaging footage. So, I already know that everything's there. And I did try to cursory glance Ultra Magnus, and I couldn't tell, with my naked eye, I could not identify, I should say, any discoloration. So, you know, bear that in mind. We are going to be starting off with the main event, whose box I thought was going to be the smaller one. This is actually the fattest box of the bunch. And I have messed with the cab robot, because for those, I don't have a UV light. For those who have not been to TFCon Toronto 2025, at that convention, there was a toy repair panel where we had a slight. I perhaps was, you know, I was trying to figure out a thing on the fly, and basically I was providing this to Matt McNally to perform a repair on at the panel, which did happen. I nearly caused him to lose the screws while trying to help him find sandpaper, but the repair was done to my cab robot, who I have messed with afterwards. But I opened this basically on the stage, sitting on the floor behind the two speakers, Daryl Cybertronian Beast and Matt McNally, trying to just get everything ready. I think I almost broke the toy with a spudger, because I didn't read the instructions. I was just trying to get it into robot mode. I didn't realize how much it was connected to everything. Oh, Aaron should not be on the line. I thought I got rid of that. There, I got rid of that now. Oh! My acknowledgement! Hang on. I gotta add my acknowledgement. Forgot I switched scenes. There we go. Let's put this over. Oh! What just happened? What just... You know, OBS is a really great piece of software, and I'm a proud user of... There we go. I don't want to flip it upside down. I just want it to be little! There we go. Anyway, what was I saying? It did get fixed. There was no crack. And Matt McNally not only did the sandpapering, he used calipers to make... He didn't just sand it until it fit. He used calipers to sand it to the exact dimension it needed to fit into the gap. Which, by the way, he measured with calipers. I have footage buried right now in my convention footage, showing that, as other people have identified, the T-bar in question is physically larger than the cavity it is meant to occupy, which I think is very interesting. I know people are mad, and that's fine. But in lieu of being able to do anything about the reality that we live in that context, I find it very interesting what happened, because there are lots of different explanations that I can surmise, given my layman's knowledge of how toy production works as a, you know, from the collector side, from the layman side, the enthusiast side. And I don't think we're ever going to find out what happened. But my main theories, just to lay them out there, are, my primary one is I think that a factory floor manager simply got confused by those weird fin things, and that may have been the cause of it. A factory floor manager doing a, you know, alteration to the mold seems like the most likely explanation. A more out there one I had is that the T-bar may have had a materials change at some point, but the sheer mathematics of how much it does not come close to fitting into the hole is a little bit confusing as to like whether that's a shrinkage issue. Like I don't know enough about materials to know if a materials change would cause that level of discrepancy with the math. As to how, you know, some of them arrived cracked and some didn't. So these are, I should say, these get into sort of like layers of theories. So that's obviously the main problem is the T-bar is physically too large. And I think the ways that could have occurred would have been somewhere between a factory manager alteration, materials change, perhaps between all that, a CAD model update did not get to somewhere at the right time or place. Who knows? As to why some of these have cracks and or leaking goop coming out, I suspect that the people who are just putting these together, the factory floor workers, they have no reason to care either way, right? They are simply putting the parts together as they are instructed and paid to. So I suspect, especially the ones that had the minor goop coming out the crack that happened like, what, 2 or 3 times? In my, you know, total hypothetical head, and by the way, if I'm wrong, I don't care. Like, I'm literally just, like, having fun speculating. I don't have fun speculating on toy leak lists, but I have fun speculating on this. I don't know what that says about my personality. But I suspect that it was, oh, we're supposed to put it in like this, and then as time went on over the manufacturing process, it was like, oh, why doesn't this fit? But it's supposed to, I'll just shove it. And so that's why some have, you know, cracked torsos, some have random amounts of the inner fin thingies that don't seem to do anything, being broken, etc. And then I betcha that at some point during that production run, something got reported because it was like, this should probably not be as hard as it is, and somebody in a decision-making space in the moment might have gone like, well, let's just use some extra lube. Because to me, that is the simplest explanation for the, you know, the handful of cases where there was weird stuff sweating out the crack. Yeah, exactly, Alex Silver. I don't speculate on leak lists. I find that boring. But speculating on literal leaks, oh, you know, you want to talk about drippy and the old, what's that stain? Then you got me right here. I'm on your side. I am your ally. Now, that's right, bro. Goop the crack. I was told by Matt during the panel after I tried to figure out how to get the cab to come off. He said, use the instructions. And I said, Matt, I don't see any instructions. And he said, well, they're in the pizza box inside the box. And I was like, Matt, you have a 55-minute panel time. I am just trying to get the cab robot out. I'm not digging around for the instruction manual. But now I know where it is. It's in here. So I am going to get the instructions out because with HasLabs, I like to have those handy. Who's that up there? I don't know. Never heard of them before. Seems like a new character. I think it's kind of funny that the instructions are so far away from what is probably the first box everyone opens. Were I to, you know, perhaps critique the box layout of HasLab Omega Prime, it would begin there. The instructions probably should have been placed on top of all the boxes before the lid was closed, not hidden within the least enticing of the 4 boxes. But, you know, I had similar issues with the Unicron instruction manual. I felt that thing, I mean, the biggest issue it had, which is a very citable issue, is that it was based on Unicron being packaged differently and resulted in people stuffing the display stand arm up through something that was supposed to be open, and in some cases, you know, like cracking a hinge. Oh, yeah, I did discover the light bars are just pegged on, which is super weird, because I was like, there's a bunch of little sculpted circular things, and I was like, are these all pegs? They are not, as far as I can tell. But that is kind of odd. I'm going to put the ears on before I forget. I also wanted to do this because while I have been very interested in the discourse about, and the reports more so, about various levels of the T-bar shredding through the toy, I probably have missed a few other bits and pieces. Like there's a hinge on Ultra Magnus that stresses. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah, the Unicron instructions, it's a bummer because it's also a book, and everything about them presentation-wise is everything I've ever wanted. And the instruction designer even did a backer update with a photo from their home with Unicron out by the lake, and I was like, oh, that's great. And then the book was a little bit, clown shoes, and I was like, well, dang it. I still would prefer a book, because I can tell that we have, once again, a giant piece of paper. And for those who were here for the Victory Saber stream a year or two ago, giant pieces of paper that are folded this tightly. Number one, they're unwieldy to use. Number two, they tend to, like, just because I'm trying to flail a giant scored fold thing around, eventually I rip open a hole in the middle somewhere, which is frustrating. This is all about... Okay, here we go. I was going to say, this other side, it's like they're saying... Okay, they're calling it box number 2, though, right? Because this whole implication is I'm opening the pizza box first because I'm excitedly putting the display stand together before I pull the big truck out, which is like, I don't know who they think I am, but... Robo Lorekeeper, what do you mean Victory Saber wasn't like 6 months ago? That's how I feel! Yeah. To me, Death Saurus and Victory Saber came out both last year, and then I have to, like, go look at things, and I'm like, wait a second. That's not how this happened. So Griff, it's in full color, except the important parts. Oh. Is that foreshadowing? Okay. So right here is the part where I just used a spudger to basically lever the tab open and pull the cab off while leaving everything else attached. This is implying to me that I can just open these doors. I haven't been able to do that, because Matt told me, oh yeah, you gotta open this thing first. The only way I've been able to get this open is by first unlocking these. To do it like that. I haven't been able to just open that one door without it feeling like a huge amount of strength being necessary. So I don't know if, that's the rest of y'all. But yeah, I found this was a million times easier to, like, open these parts up. And that, now that I've got this open... So this little tab here, I basically levered it like this with a spudger to get it out, in the moment at TFCon. So, my apologies, to Matt for freaking him out. And thank you again, Matt, for doing the fix for me. But yeah, I am going to put all the super mode stuff back together and set it to the side, because I'm a particular little prince like that. Ignore that. Having only messed with this, so this is basically the length and breadth of how much of this toy I have actually messed with, is I pulled the cab off, and I have transformed the cab without instructions, just messing around with it, because I was like, well, it's my darn toy and I'm going to do what I want, so I wanted to mess around with it a bit. Like Silver, opening up my Grandbird last night, leafing through the luxurious instruction novel. I saw some of those photos! I'm so jealous. I would like to participate in the Gatai. I hope I can maneuver that into my realm of being. Okay, I never put this in, so how's this? Does this go in the old-fashioned way? This is going the good old G1 way? Yeah, it does. Okay. I haven't actually messed with Old Fire Convoy in a hot minute, a couple of years, but okay, so it goes there. It's also a wheel. The first thing I showed people at TFCon who hadn't seen one of these is someone literally walked up while I was trying to put this back in the box, and like, oh, I hope that those tires are better than the old one, and I was like, they are. Don't worry. That was in fact a selling point, is that they just got big textured plastic discs now. To be fair, putting the super mode stuff to one side, hoping nobody notices, literally what Optimus does in the series. For real. Yeah. Army of Bees, my virus scanner warned me of dangerous elements on this page. I am a very dangerous element. I'm kind of like if you combined Sephiroth with the Joker. I'm gonna change everything. What's up with my stream setup? Okay, there we go. Nothing's ever gonna be the same again. But yeah, alright, okay, there's already a step I missed. I didn't realize that these bits move. Dude, what? Wait, what's moving? Why would I do... Okay, so they're like... I didn't flip these parts when I messed with this by myself. They're like, flip these bits out first, but I'm like, but I have to open it to do that. The instructions are very much implying, no, flip it out first, and I just don't... I disagree. I disagree. Sir, I stand up and say, no, sir, I will do it differently. We'll try to do it their way. This is harder for no reason. You could do that, then flip... I don't know. Why am I... Now that you can put them back down. What am I missing? Oh, are these supposed to be up already in this mode? Is that what I'm... Okay. Well, that's not my fault. Nobody ever tell anyone that ever happened. Alright, so clearly, because this has been messed with, obviously, before I messed with it, I was unaware that those bits moved in the first place. So mine were already in robot mode position in the truck mode after, you know, the thing was done to fix the thing. So I am aware of the glorious hand feel of this piece, which is, I would call undeniable. It does feel real cool and very nice, and there's that right there, that's the scary, so as you can already see, mine out of the box, number one, ain't no crack, ain't no buttocks on this abdomen. Number two, McNally, I asked him, can we see the fins, and so we took a look, not a broken fin, so AO, not that it really matters, the fins are unimportant in every way that anyone can tell. But mine did not budge from this, like, as far as the slider thing. And now you can see it actually has some give and some jiggle. So, as you can see, it's been fixed. This is the hand feel part, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Do it for me. Those knees are the biggins. Those are the dosh and the dollop. Also, this part we didn't do at TFCon, so I discovered how this mechanism works all by myself, with my human intelligence, and I quite like the feel on this too. Like, this is the tragedy of this figure is that it's actually pretty good when it's a good one, if that makes sense. I feel fairly bad for all of the creatives involved. I don't feel bad for Hasbro the corporation. They can go lick a lollipop, but the folks who worked on this, the folks who designed it, the folks who put in all the time and effort, I feel very bad for them that basically the story of this has been a terrible, terrible QC nightmare for everybody involved. Also, the pecs are spring-loaded, which is very funny to me. It feels borderline unnecessary. And I'll ask, who else did this? And then was like, where's the tab? Where's the moment? Where's the click moment? Because it's not there. But I spent a good minute going like, when does the click happen? Alright, now we do the scary part, which is easy on mine. Wait. Do I do this with the arms just hanging like this? Really? Seems kind of small time to me, but... we did it. This part confused me too without looking at the instructions, that like stuff slides but then can slide independently afterwards, like this slides yonder hands out. But then you like swivel this and then slide the thing back up. Hey. Oh yeah, you gotta turn the hand, because the hand is offset slightly. So when you turn it normal, it locks itself in position, so that you can slide that up, but the hand stays there. Because you see how it doesn't line up now with the socket? But like this, it lines up with the socket. I think that's really clever. Check if the screws holding the feet on are fully down. Could have hurt the ankle post. I'll take a look. My GIS screwdriver is slightly buried. Are the instructions mentioning by the... Okay. So literally, this is to lock the fist in. The instructions are like, slide the bit back up, then turn the fist. Like, buddy, you turn the fist to lock the hand before you slide the bit back up. It's so annoying. Like, this bothers me more than the QC problem, and obviously my priorities are completely different than everyone else's. But, like, you can transform back without rotating the fist. Really? Ah. Well, that's annoying. I felt very clever. Now I simply feel transcendent. I thought that blocked something. Anyway. Wow. Can you believe the... Hang on. Hang on. What were they thinking with this design to trick a toy expert like me into thinking there was a wrist-based lock down here? What, clearly as an attack on me for all of my critique, anyway. Can we get a, yes, we, actually I have a little bit of dampness on my temple I need to dab, so, hang on, let me go full on. Oh, lazy. Oh. I have to overwork my brain so much to catch up with all of this faulty design that I'm simply bulleting with sweat. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I like how the, oh wait, does this thing do a foldy thing? Hello? I missed this when I was messing with this by myself. So, you want me to do this, because I like the way the head comes out. I think that's cool, and that tab's there. Okay, I'm not doing a foldy thing, I'm just tabbing that in. But, I like that the head is in this backpack thingy, so that you're not shredding it up and down the column as well. I'm sure there are other reasons, but that was just the vibe I got. Because, you know, how natural would it be, valid until the end of, to have that head, like, going up and down the tunnel, too. Let's move his ears back, by the way, just a little bit, just for that curious little wiggle. Oh, yeah, slide the head forward. I caught that when I was messing with this, too. And yeah, I think that's the T formation. That is. Where's his gun? There we go. So this little guy is real neat. He's quite a meaty handful, which I appreciate. Oh, I had such a cool pose when I was messing with him when I was filming the packaging. Now I can't remember what I did. Something like this. Yeah, something like that. I think that's cool. Alt mode locked. Oh yeah. Alt mode deactivated. Activate your alt mode, the robot mode. Activate your alt mode is a hilarious thing to see as a hashtag. That feels like somebody outside the Transformers team thought of it and has impressed it upon them, and they have to roll with it. Because, like, what does it mean? Yeah, Sideswipe Prime. Oh, you must have got here after I explained at the beginning. So, at TFCon Toronto, there was a Transformers repair panel that a friend of mine was putting on, and as part of that panel, in a sort of, like, half unplanned, sort of, semi-juggling rush, I ran my sealed Omega Prime over to the panel room and opened it up, sitting on the floor behind the panelists, to hand the robot mode to Matt, who then did the repair using calipers and everything for me. So mine was already fixed. All the fins were unbroken and there was no crack here. It was as clean as could be, except for the part when I nearly made him lose the screws, because I was trying to help him find his sandpaper and almost flipped over the piece of paper the screws were on. I didn't have to do anything other than, it turns out, running across back and forth a few times with an Omega Prime, it's very heavy. And I was very tired afterwards. And I had lots of sweats, because it was a hot weekend at TFCon Toronto. And Eric Hawk, thank you for the $5 super chat. Haven't got to watch much for a while, but always happy to see you. Still kicking around. Hopefully meet you at TFCon again someday. It was 2014. Oh, dang. Yeah, I mean, I'm always at Toronto when I can, which so far has just been forever. Today, oh, hey, Trent Salamander, what's up? Today I learned Predacons say in Beast Wars to transform YouTube autos... oh! Really? Terrorize. I'm a disruptor. Did you film the Omega Prime handoff? No, I filmed as a camera 3 during the panel so that I can eventually do an edit of the panel for Matt and Daryl so they can go up somewhere. I think it's a good panel that I want to be up somewhere, but it also includes... I use my phone to film some close-ups of tools and things and of this thing getting fixed up near the end. Now, Kat, I mean, like, the YouTube autofilter also is random. Sometimes someone can't say the word, like, fight for, like, an hour, and then they can say it over and over again, because, like, the robot has moved on. But yeah, this is sort of the... I'm gonna fix the... well, no, because we're gonna be farther back for most of the rest of this, so let's leave it as it is. I hope the focus is okay. For the limits with which I can alter it manually. But yeah, this is a cool little cab robot. I have not tried the super mode yet, so I'm thinking I'm going to try the super mode. Good thing there isn't an Evil 01. That'd be, yeah. The one thing that we've never had is an antagonistic user of a 01 henshin system. Thank goodness. The good people at Heat and Intelligence look out for not only me, but all of you. Yeah, the bot might also be looking for, like, well, I say looking. The bot might be programmed to react to context clues that don't make any sense, etc. You know, what an era we live in, right? It's all those other things. That is obviously, like, the least of our communal problems right now. But I'm gonna get these other bits and pieces off. This is even Evan from the TF team says blaster instead of gun. Yeah. The nice thing is, I get the vibe from everybody. Evan is the loudest one about this, I find, but I get the vibe from everyone. Everyone on the TF team knows when the stupid stuff is dumb, you know, to speak like a university student for a moment. I do think they all know when the stupidity things are dumb. How do I get the rest of this off? Just pull up. I appreciate a shot blaster. Like, when on the reveal video, when he's talking about Brawl, it's like, yeah, Brawl, the tank, comes with all of his blasters, as seen in the cartoon. It's goofy. So, we got the funny things. The machine blaster. I can just stick this stuff on, right? I can go hambly hog wild. How is that nose oh, that rules. The Craftsman Toys one, it's super cool. I'm a little spooked that they're actually putting out the rest, because I'm like, it's going to be a bit till I can buy things like that easily. But I hope that they stay on the market for a while. Oh, by the way, this isn't the only shoulder joint. It's also this nice Clickamus one there, which is probably more useful later on. I was supposed to keep his... oh, no, I want to give him the, oh, no, this was his main thing he did. Never mind. And then we go in here and pull out the iconic Matrix of Leadership. How the hell am I supposed to get that out? Not gonna say these things should come with a spudger, but they should come with a spudger. So apparently I can stick the Matrix back there. Why would I ever put it back there? Sure, whatever. We ball. I'm putting it back there. Seriously, how's anyone ever get that out if you don't have a spudger? Unless you grow your fingernails as, like, little L hooks on the end. Like, how are you supposed to... Anyway. It's in the instructions. They're like, no, put it in there. Like, okay. Yes, boss. Yeah, I guess it's so you can add the Matrix on him when he combines with Ultra Magnus, I guess. Seems pretty silly. So I'm guessing I can do that. I'm making some educated guesses here, using my intelligence and my expertise as a fan and a Transformers expert, to figure out how some of this conversion scheme is gonna work. Is there a heal at all, or it doesn't need one, right? I was wondering if they put like a little flip down heal there. I don't think they did. I don't see anything. Oh wait, before I do that, I'm getting ahead of myself. We gotta do the iconic, the super iconic, the base mode that everyone remembers this for. Like, truth be told, including a spudger, an object that costs like $2 to $3 on a bad day, when sold to consumers specifically, not just like, you know, some wholesale dealy, I think would be worth doing on a HasLab piece. I just noticed that those are like some signal light things. That's kind of cool. Oh, I gotta keep pushing this back. Long as... Oh, you're right. I think I might have done this test on my own while I was messing with this. He's doing it a little bit dadcore, but I think he's got it, because he can cross the legs slightly. I don't think that's too bad. Hello, Collector K9. Maybe they worry about the optics of their toy requiring a tool. I guess, but someone else mentioned the Lego brick separator. I was gonna say, Lego kind of already crossed the Rubicon on, like, you know, Corpo-owned, Corpo-owned toys. What a weird sentence. But you know what I mean. A non-indie, non-IP gray, you know, company, like, including a quote-unquote tool in with their toys. Lego broke the seal on that already. Were I to argue in a boardroom about it, citing our friend Joe Kide, who works at that company, gosh darn it. What was I doing? This has a way to, okay, they're not a clip tab, it's just a pair of, like, guiding tabs. And then we're raising that up. Opening the larval wings. Ayo, ayo. Tip that down. Oh, now this is the same on the old toy. So that's the fun part, right? And now you do the busy work of, like, oh yeah, there's all these. Oh yeah, we're down here again. There's all these little bits and pieces now. These things that are absolutely not hands, by the way. Yeah, the Sunset Prime I was mentioning before, the hand feel on this, one of the tragedies, I think you mentioned this actually in the Discord, like, one of the tragedies of this toy is that it feels great. It just has this, like, you know, horrific backstory to go with it now. This fairly awful legacy of discourse, because stuff went bad in production. And as I mentioned before, I feel really bad for the designers who worked on this. Not the Corpo. The Corpo can go, you know, stick a raw piece of bacon right in its shoe. But the creatives who worked on this, who, you know, as a vocation, design toys and ostensibly enjoy doing so to some degree, I feel very bad for them.
5mm peg couldn't hold together while I was gripping the rest of this with my human strength. Fail!
I'm not doing a straw man there. I am just portraying a comical character who does not exist. I just noticed. Sorry, I just put this down. I just noticed. The nozzles are on little ball socket joints so they can wiggle. It makes it look like it has eyes and like it's a sentient thing, kind of like Roller that gets, you know, left behind. It's like am I gonna do something today? Boss? Woo-wee! Am I gonna do something today? No. Oh. I'm gonna leave them in sad position. Because I'm a cruel tyrant. Joe Master, hang on, I saw a shout out, so I feel I need to read it out loud. Joe Master, the fact this cost $7.50 during the crowdfund where I live burned me really hard, so I'm glad I paid $100 less. Thanks, Kevin, for canceling your order. It's turning into a Ferengi. That is one of my base caricatures. If I was going to go Ferengi, though, I would mimic the fake teeth more. Be more like,
I was assured that this product would work as intended, but I have found that the 5mm peg unseats from one of the ports, and I think that you owe me 100 strips in return for my hardship, and make sure they're delivered by a female.
Excuse me, I don't know what happened. Are you going to show off the secret fan mode? Oh, I mean, when I was a teenager, I made one up for the original, and that seems to be all that you're doing in the case of this one. So I will probably try to bolt everything on once we get to the end. And one of my favorite things to do when I was still on Twitter was to find garbage tweets that would say the word female and then read them like the Grand Nagus for friends who received those replies.
This is unbelievable.
Timu, welcome. Now, oh, I should really add this as an... Hang on, I gotta add this next to the acknowledgement at the top right. Hang on. Because someone else did the work for me, so it is quite literally an acknowledgement.
The females are ruining my media. How am I supposed to watch an alpha male like Superman?
What was I doing? Need to add a text. McNally acknowledgement. I do not want the text to be size 256. Thank you! Omega Prime was already pre-repaired by Matt McNally quite kindly at TFCon Toronto 2025. Everything works as far as the T-bar and its finned inner orifice. Can't read that text on mobile. Well, you know, that's YouTube's fault, honestly, for hating freedom. But yeah, this was already... my friend Matt had a panel at TFCon, and he fixed the T-bar and used calipers to perfectly fix it. So everything is all cool and good on my copy. There were no pre-cracks. All the fins were in one piece. Mine is a Canadian one. And notably, I can't say for sure, but I have noticed that the Canadian Omega Primes seem to mostly be without incident. Yeah, that's YouTube's fault. They're not letting you. They're not letting you look at the acknowledgments. They're trying to. They're trying to hide the truth from you, brother. Is it too? It's not too soon to start just like taking over the brother thing as our own thing, right? Like we can just have that now, right? Don't need to involve some scumbag. We can just like, nah, it's mine.
Hell yeah, sister.
Yeah, what did he never say? Maybe I don't know. Maybe he did say sister at some point. Right. So there's an X and a check mark, because I'm guessing we gotta fold this out, move it up, but just to the one spot, and then relock it. So now we're in weird gunman mode. Alexis Silver, if any new watchers come asking if you fix it, act like you have no idea where you actually, yeah, you know. Oh, what if it's like... I'll pull this off, I'll pull the back. What do you mean something's wrong with it? Whoa, what was that crunching noise? Ah, where's the thing? Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to... It's weird, because the checkmark thing is like, find the spot first, but yeah, then you fold in the cool little bit that locks everything. The built-in spessure. Collector K9, should I ask Hasbro for replacement Optimus even though I modified mine months ago? Yes, because as far as we can tell, they will just send you another cab robot, and Hasbro can afford it. So, I told like anyone who has one of these, or anyone who bought multiples to help their friends, anything, say that every single one is defective and you want replacement parts. If they ask you to send something back, then go like, I don't want it. But the precedent has already been set by the emails people have received that they said, oh, we'll be sending out a cab robot. So, like, why not? Why not get a second cab robot for the super armor, for having the cab robot around, for anything? You don't have to be honest in this case, because this is a corpo who can swallow it. They own Magic the Gathering. They just had an investor call where Christopher Piss Cox talked about how Final Fantasy made all the money that whatever the last big Universes Beyond made. It made all of that in a day rather than like 2 months. So you don't have to worry about this. Yellowing Ultra. If you have yellowing on your Ultra Magnus, say that you do. I am not sure if they've given a specific response to that one yet. I can't remember if maybe we got chatters who were in that situation and may have some updates. Like, if you do have yellowing on Ultra Magnus, then report it, 100%. Excuse me? Oh, okay. Okay, Wheeljack64, unless you specify Magnus, they won't send you one. Okay. Okay, thank you, Kat. Yeah, it was, Final Fantasy made in a day what Lord of the Rings did in 2 months. That's what it was. Because Lord of the Rings was the last time they had a big old Universes Beyond banger. So, they're fine. That's pretty solid. Yeah, I would say with Magnus, like, you might as well, and then if they ask for more proof, just stop replying to the email. Or don't reply until maybe it happens. Like, you're dealing with a customer service line for a massive corporation, so, like, treat it as a tool, because that's what it is, in my opinion. Like, don't be mean to the people who are on the line, But, like, don't worry if you leave them hanging on a ticket or something. Like, I kind of doubt, unless someone out there knows and can speak to this, I kind of doubt that that is a major issue for anybody involved. Am I able to ask for a new cab despite having owned a Mega Prime for a while? Yeah, they have no idea when you got yours. So, I would just report it. Nobody's, like... I won't say nobody, but I will be incredibly surprised, if not even slightly amused, if they suddenly start going, like, oh, well, when did you get yours? When did you open yours, in fact? Because, like, they can, you know, if they have tracking info, they can see when it arrived. The arrival of the toy at your home is no proof of when you actually started to open it up and inspect it. That could have happened anytime. If they start some trouble about it, just go like, hey, listen, I didn't open it for several months. I was busy. I had some medical stuff going on in the family, whatever you want to say. So I'm looking away for a sec. I just want to see how this precisely is supposed to work. Oh, Joe Master, I would say hit up the Australian line again. Like, now that precedent exists, just cite it. Go like, hey, I saw on, you know, reporting on websites that Hasbro is doing this, and I would like to receive the same service. Like, just, you know, don't have to be, like I said, you don't have to be rude. You could just say it plainly. Like, I saw this on a website that your company is now doing this for people who are suffering from this issue, and I would like the same. The worst thing they can say is no. And if they do, then, like, just contact them again, like, a couple weeks later and try again. In my opinion, at least. Like, I say all this, if it is, like, a lot of trouble to do the contacting, obviously, like, you know, don't put yourself out, but... don't feel as though there's, you know, any kind of rules you're supposed to follow with that stuff, in my opinion. Okay, is there a front and a back on this I'm supposed to be looking at? I'm guessing just have those go like that. What's up, Shane DePayne? All good? I mean, yeah, what, I gotta remember to do this bit now. What could possibly be the problem? Sorry, I was thinking about something funny. Yeah, it happens sometimes when you... when you live a joyful life. William Lutza, I nearly got a replacement, and the head specialist sent another email saying no, been back and forth emailing for 2 weeks now. Yeah, keep on them. I mean, like I said, don't put yourself out, like, health-wise, you know, like, don't have, like, you know, bad mentals over it if it is starting to, like, just become painful. But if you can weather, you know, like, just continue, like, being the annoying customer in this case, do it. Like, the people you're dealing with are probably, you know, they could be anything. They could be nice or not, but the corpo you're dealing with can weather it. So the people, just, you know, be as kind to the people as possible and as is warranted. Oh yeah, am I supposed to widen this a little bit? Johnny Silverhand time. All right. Okay, there's more steps already than I was expecting. So we turn this, and then this decouples, and then spin that around. I feel like one of these spins was maybe unnecessary. To which the spin fandom are like, spins unnecessary, you sinner! You scum! I'll destroy you! And you know, I have it coming. But not today, Galvatron. Alright, so that goes kapok. And this just kind of flibbles down like that, I'm guessing. Let's slide that forward. Oh, well, that's neat. Oh, now you're like, oh, we could put the Matrix in the chest again. It's like, no, buddy. You're too late. Try again tomorrow. Is it just the peg? Okay, it's just the peg. This guy's got a tall neck. Yeah, Bees, I didn't have to remove the Matrix, but the instructions said, remove the Matrix, and then put it in the backpack. And I was like, well, you wrote this. I will do what you wrote, because it's part of the user experience. Because I'm one of those people. You can lower the neck. Oh. Oh, look at that. Well, that looks nicer. Thank you. What exactly am I doing there? Oh, okay, it's like a little platform. Yeah, I slid the neck forward because it felt right. But doing that, then lowering it is like a little proportional win, I think. Oh, I don't like this weather. You can lower the hell? PT, even if it's fixed, will you accept a replacement? Yes, we were just talking about that a couple minutes ago. I think everybody should request a replacement if you're able. Doesn't matter if you need it, request it. Worst thing they can do is say, give us more info. And then you can give them more info, and if they're not satisfied, you're like, well, I'll just try again tomorrow. What's the worst they're gonna do? And then if they do send the Pinkertons over this, then hey, you know, crucify them. Yeah, okay, now, okay, Tombot, we were just on the same page. But yeah, Rosetta, yeah, the worst thing they can say is no, and then because it's a giant corpo, you could just try again. Like, eventually, I don't know how their internal ticketing system works. Eventually, they might go like, listen, we can't help but notice you have requested this replacement 40 times in the last 2 months. But then you can go like, yeah, well, I really need it. Valkai says, CSR shopping is a valid strategy. Yeah, I'm like, you know, like I said, don't be, like, horrible to the people on the phone who are just picking up. But, like, if you have an order number that you can reference, like, then why not, you know? I want to try to do the funny thing. Tyler Nutter, hello. QC, was there a problem on this? I'm almost able to keep a straight face now. Very proud of myself. Did you know that I had an original packaged in fire truck mode, Car Robots Fire Convoy, who had the cool gimmick, and it broke immediately. And I was like, damn, I wish that smartphones existed back then so I could have filmed it once. Because it was so cool. This version of it is very funny because none of these are missile launchers. Yeah, on the original Fire Convoy, there was a single button you pushed that would deploy all 4 launchers and hit their fire buttons at the same time. It was like a little pulley thing across the entire bottom of the ladder. When they even in Car Robots, when they did the second run of Fire Convoy packaged in the cereal box with no window, they changed the gimmick to be the one that was on the RID version. But the very first version of Car Robots packaged in fire truck mode had a unified linked firing system that also broke itself, usually within the first, like, 1 to 10 uses. Which is the reason why they changed it, is it broke itself. But I kind of wish they just figured out how to make it work. Because it was cool. The missiles do come out for blast effects. Oh, okay. Oh, they even sculpted them to be long. That's kind of fun. Like, I say they should have just fixed it. In the year 2000, there's a chance where it was just like, it turns out materials just can't deal with this now. So, you know, to be fair, maybe the gimmick just was doomed. The plastics were maybe just, like, not able to survive all of that linked activity. Hell yeah, Ruby. Yeah, like, obviously it comes with the caveat, like I was saying, you know, a bunch of times. They might be pests about it or say no or go like, oh, can you give us more info other than your order number or something? But, like, no harm in trying. Because you can't... How do I put this? Because I deal with this sometimes, and I think this is instilled by, like, the North American education system. I to this day, can be very scared of trying because, like, some weird, like, you know, lizard brain thing will be like, you're gonna get in trouble if you're wrong. And, like, that's a whole conversation that is bigger than me. But, like, the whole way that a lot of us get, or got, I don't know, maybe if it's different now. I feel like a lot of us got semi-programmed to be afraid of being wrong because we'll get in trouble, as opposed to embrace being wrong so we can learn things from being wrong. Yeah, the worst thing they can say is power word kill, and you go like, I play Pathfinder. Sculpted to be long, but no firing action. Yeah, I think they sculpted them to be long so that if you use, like, a blast effect intermediary of some kind, they still will look big. For spring and the inspector, you missed it. What was the result? What would the? I mean, you know, I'm still messing with the toy. I haven't got to Ultra Magnus yet, but what could have gone wrong? Is there, like, an issue with this figure? Because everyone told me, like, I followed everyone's advice. They said, yeah, just push down really hard because it's not going. And I was like, okay. And so I did, and it went in. It made a weird noise. It's kind of like, you know, when you bite too hard on a chicken drumstick and you kind of crack the bone a bit. It kind of made that noise. But I figured that was just like, you know, that's a reference to the final episode of Car Robots. And I thought it was really cool that, like, they even added the iconic, like, the abdominal crack that Fire Convoy gets during his first battle with the God Magnus. I wasn't aware that they had sculpted that in, but, like, it even opened a bit when I pulled on it. Chat, what actually happened? You don't believe? When have I ever done, what's a bit? What, is that Gen Z talk? What's a bit? Is that the Gen Z stare? Is that what they're talking about in the New York Post? Car Robots episode 69. Fire Convoy's spine explodes. Bits are on Twitch. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot. I'm a YouTuber. He got me. I'm a YouTuber. I'm new here. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's what Prime said. Read the top. Damn it. I was so close. The only thing I'm noticing, maybe someone who can comment on this to me as someone who's more of a veteran of this toy than me, which is a weird thing to say. What a weird sentence. Back here, does this grip any better? Because I'm noticing the sheer tactile force of the ladder ratchet is completely undoing the back end of the torso locks on this. Those two tabs are all you get. Okay. That's all the grip. Okay. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Glue. True. I do have glue here. One of the... that sentence would have set off the panelists at the repair panel. Is the headpiece fully... Yeah, someone told me that I could unextend... Because I had the giraffe neck at first. And then someone was like, push down. And I was like, oh! Hello! There's clamps under the gray part before the hinge. Because I've got the two big tabs up there. And then I got the two little grippies here. On the underside. Oh wait, this is tabbing. I'm just noticing this is also tabbing onto this long ridge here. Right there. Okay, okay, you meant those two. Yeah, yeah. Ah! His little pistol just went to the Netherverse. I need to go looking for it. Excuse me a moment. I got it. Superfire Convoy. No, he's like a Diaclone robot. He has, something that resembles a human part, but it is clearly just it's just water cannons. He's just left dreaming what it would be like to really have fingers. Was Convoy this aggressively red? I believe so. Oh yeah, these antenna things, they were in the package. These were detached on their own little like blister pack. So yeah, they can also swivel around. But yeah, the Superfire Convoy hands, they are definitely, they are, what do you call it? Performing to par. The wrist joint inwards is kind of neat. Kind of wish it could do outwards as well. Sort of, I just wish this could look like a fist. That ain't, that ain't. $100 just evaporated from my bank account. Who uttered the Dio word? True. Oh, Diaclone? The Diaclone toy line? Sorry, how many times do I say it before Rent has disappeared? Flying mostly closed hand. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Because I'm like, what about the rocket punch? Jansen, the get your thumb broken if you punch someone fist. Yeah, wasn't that was like a thing on where did the culture like latch onto that for a day? That was like a Street Fighter thing. Anyway, already shoving this entire toy to the back. Inspection continues. Ugh. This has another, like, whole separated thing. Your magic words don't work on me. I'm already destitute. Well, so am I. So am I. Oh yeah, the cat's here. No, I am very allergic to cats, which is sort of a bummer because cats are pretty neat. But also, if I don't know a cat and it rubs against my face, my eyeballs inflate. And if I'm around a cat I don't know for more than about 2 hours, I have trouble breathing for like 24 hours. Which is a real bad deal. Cliff, Mr. Vangelus, should I be productive and do laundry now or in the morning because sleepy? Well, it will be really satisfying if you wake up to fresh laundry. Just saying. Breathing is overrated. I mean, I've tried to make that argument. I put in service tickets over and over again, going like, I don't need these friggin' oxygens. It seems like this is all like in service of big breathe, big suck, big air. There's a second one of these! I'll just ask the question. So I'm noticing this one doesn't tell me how to install the parts that are separate. Is that in the other instruction book? Lit? The other instruction square? The second one of these Gigantron when Gigatron and Ultra Magnus rocks up to Earth. Instruction map. Because, I mean, you know, I noticed this when I was looking for discoloration. Clearly, like, this is the fastening point, right? Yeah. But then I have to, like, sit here with these Omega Prime ears going like, well, someday you can have those. Yeah, I'm lost in Ohio instructions. I'm happy if Evan Design is the one saying it. How many cars can fit inside? I think 3. Because here is a hunk of stuff, but over here is an empty space, and then there's 2 times that space up here. So 1 inside, 2 on top. Yeah, enough space for the bros. Flip the top of the cab to install the ears. Thank you. Long was here. I'm going to do that now because it's going to bother me if they're sitting here the entire time. Finally, Siege Ultra Magnus. You know, it took me a while to find one. There you are.
Have your stupid ears, you clown.
Ah! Okay, so question. Am I supposed to tilt the ears a special funny way? I kind of admittedly did it without really looking at what I was doing. Tilt them towards the plate. Okay, so do the thing I was doing. What's this butting against? Okay, there we go. Normal. See, I've messed with the mechanisms on the gray bits on this because I was trying to get a look at the inside white parts under my filming lighting. And when I did that, everything kind of looked normal. It does feel nice in hand, like, especially given that it's got, you know, a big hollow thing back there. It feels real heavy still. Velkai says, these will always be a pain in the ass in my experience. Okay. I have this outlook on things like that where it's like, well, as long as everyone is suffering the way I am, then at least that's just normal. It's like it's sort of, this is a weird way to put it, it's how I feel about the fluo, whatever, reactive yellowing stuff, where I'm like, you know, it's a bummer when I see it on mine, but it happens to everyone, so I'm kind of like, well, it happens to everyone's. And, like, something about that just puts me at peace with it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. It would be worse if it was like, oh yeah, you did something to make it happen. Then I'd be like, oh, well, that sucks. But if it happens to everybody's, then I'm like, well, we're all here, aren't we? I guess we're all a little mortal. Let's make it existential immediately. My legs! Oh yeah. Oh! Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta get in character.
Parts forming on a HasLab? What?
Anyway. Not gonna attach blue bolts first. Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm doing manual order first, just to, like, you know, do the tour and see that all the systems are go. That's just how I am with the HasLab stuff that's come out so far. Yeah, V Rider, that is part of the bit. It's one of my favorite understated parts of physical comedy is the exasperated look around at people who aren't here. That always sets me off. I see Nose Cone in the background. The Craftsman Toys Nose Cone. Yes, if you can get him for super cheap the way that he usually is, I think he's just a super fun little standalone toy. Everything about the combine mode seems like it's going to be very well designed as well. All the combiner bits turn into stuff. The feet turn into little tanks. The crotch turns into a little, like, gun turret with the two little tanks forming the base. You know, as long as the combiner bits do things, I'm down, and it seems like that's their approach. The hand feel has been fine. Mimicry, as opposed to the entirely not parts-forming Victory Saber, Deathsaurus, and Lyokaiser. Exactly! The Breast Force, famed for the umbilical cord that ties them all together at all times. Are you going to complete the rest of them, Timu? Yeah, I hope so. Right now, it's sort of a bummer coming, you know, off the back of my convention summer. I gotta wait a little while, and now they're actually coming out, and I'm like, oh dang, because I'm looking at those. I still would like to pick up Ocular Max blades to finish my all built-in Defensor. It's a whole bunch of things that I'm like, so this is all coming out, huh? So I still have to what's the horrible YouTuber thing I could say? So I still have to pay for these, huh? Joe Master second. Common mistake. That's not the breast force with the umbilical cords. That's the womb force. Well, look, I'm from Canada. Okay, like we localize them differently. Did you spot all the chest animals were stuck on Death Cobra and Shoulder Cannon SDCC? Yeah, I only saw a quick shot of it, but I think they did that with the Grey Protos at the original reveal too. Because they all have, you know, 5mm pegs and ports on them. Hey, no, they're called the Woomtang Clan. You got that one in just in time. I'm gonna give you full points for that. You're getting, you know, another 150 XP for that one. You'll notice you're number 2 now. But you were down to the wire. Thank goodness you typed that fast. So this is going to be an adventure because I also don't really remember how God Magnus worked. Because I have not messed with that toy in even longer. But as a teenager, I thought it was so cool. Because his name was God. Because in Japan, they can do real storytelling. Yeah, Connor, I can't turn it off. I don't like it. Because, you know, inevitably, every stream is someone's first stream, or they've been away for a while. So people are coming back, and they're going like, what the hell is this? And I'm having to go like, yeah, I didn't turn that on. I didn't turn it on, and nobody else likes it either. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good feeling. Oh! Yeah, I like it. So, what else am I folding out? This seems arbitrary. This stream brought to you by the letter O. Correct. Sorry, am I pulling down on these? Oh, look at that. Oh, I see. So it locks it, that unlocks it, and then that relocks it. That's kind of cute. That's really funny. I see what the mechanism is. I think it's actually a pretty clever mechanism, but like, that's a real kind of out there indie toy style, is how I would explain it. Ways of dealing with things. Take it easy, robot lorekeeper. Oh yeah, Rosetta, I saw on David's, I think, Blue Sky, a photo of that place. I don't think I've been... there's so many places to eat in Toronto. So many places to eat in Toronto. I should go check that out, though. Charge Blaze, miss your old TF animated reviews. Oh, thank you very much. Congrats, you made a robot alien's pelvis handle with care. Hey, listen. I'm still gonna say, with the smallest and most meager of YouTuber tones, I'm still gonna call out the fact that they didn't instruct me how to install this plate that was separate in the package. Anyway, genuine annoyance from me on that, but I don't know how to articulate that without sounding annoying. Ooh. So yeah, this is what I did basically, is I opened up to this point so I could look at all this, like all the nylon-y plastic. It seems fine. If you're seeing anything, do bear in mind you're looking at this on a webcam. But, like, it seems fine. If you chip the vac metal, ask for a... Hey, you know what? Maybe. Truth be told, I can't remember anything from the unboxing or EP1 videos. I was just sort of guesstimating my way in here, the first time I went to check for discoloration. The install instructions are on... Oh, you mean with the okay, but they're on the Prime instruction poster. Okay. Akuya, thank you. I was curious about that before. That makes sense.
But they should have accounted for my way of playing. They should have accounted for my way of playing. What if I was following the instructions and moving on to Ultra Magnus?
Oh, you pulled yours out to check. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Not to immediately derail with Ferengi noises.
I will become the most famous unboxer of HasLabs, and then my profits will soar.
Whoa! That was scary. That made a snapping bones noise. Oh, I don't like. What am I missing? What am I missing? Is this just like push with adult strength? Oh, it's way nicer now. How do you know what snapping bones sounds like? Listen, sometimes when we do business... when we do business in... Hang on. When we do business in Toronto... we do business in Toronto. Ignore the little voice crack on the first take there. He snapped his bones and now they work. Oh! There we go. Don't ask Canadians about why the Geneva Convention is so low. Yeah! Any way related to how you got those reactivate figures? Yeah, that's right. I got the reactivate figures because I know what the sound of breaking bones sound like. Uh-huh. What? Oh, like this. Okay.
You all should take me very seriously.
Sometimes there are things I find funny, and I unfortunately do not know how to explain it to people. Evil wizard hours.
I have studied the way of the blade.
Oh, neat. This whole thing is like gonna tuck in and then tab in. It's funny to you, it's all that matters. It's like, that's true. That's like that's like one of those things people say that's well-meaning that always kind of still feels bad when it's like, well, you know, as long as you're having fun. It's kind of like, wait, what why does this feel bad? Hey, this guy's got one of those funny matrix squares too. Look at that. Oh, that toy guy also had troubles with the backpack. Okay. That's even harder to get out. I'm noticing, unless... Oh, no, it is in the instructions. There's a part where they're like, yeah, simply pry it out. On what planet? Like, I get one of these out, it happens fast enough, but, like... On what planet is anyone doing this without one of these? Or without some kind of tool? Cybertron! True. That is me disrespecting the franchise. But no, what shape mouth has teeth that will get in there? well, you know. Ooh. Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe I was a little fast on the no teeth could get in there judgment. I'm just built different. My nails get them. Okay. I had to fulcrum it a bit.
Yeah, put it in your mouth. Push it in. Put the God Magnus in your mouth.
Someone's phone comes back from a TFCon and all that's on it is a single audio file that says, "Put the God Magnus in your mouth." Okay, so... right. That makes sense. So you open that, and I see the rails. Whoa, that feels good. Alright. That does feel way better than the original, as I recall. Hey, it's me, Ultra Magnus. Kids, go to school and do well, and don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, like, number one, is this ball socketed? Okay. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, like the contents of my chest! You telling me you don't have a lamprey mouth? You telling me you don't have a tiny Vangelus mouth that comes out of your regular mouth? No! I'm sorry! Alright, I was a band kid! I didn't use the gym! I had PE class, and the moment they let me stop taking it, I stopped taking it! I don't have a little mouth! I played saxophone! This already feels better because on the old one, I forgot to fold this one around. Excuse me, there we go. On the old one, I forgot to put that peg in. Excuse me. There we go. I got this. On the old one, I would often end up ripping his legs off by accident while playing with him. Don't forget to bend the hands forward. Huh? Oh! Oh, well, that's kind of cute. Or wait. Is that the way we do it? This is weird. This looks more like a natural hand, but it is off-center. It does look like it's supposed to be like that. Piggy P is also a band kid. I got that lamprey mouth. Might just be a saxophonist thing. Yeah, yeah, of course, you privileged embouchure having brass instrument players with your lamprey mouths, and your silver spoons. Because I can see this both ways. Because this is a much more natural looking actual hand, but this is a more natural looking like palm. How long does someone complain he doesn't have a waist? Well, he's able to do the thing which you haven't seen yet because I haven't finished making the video. But in my next video review. Characters who don't have waists, I can still, as long as I can cheat a waist by using both thigh swivels and the neck joint to make it look like they're turning. Like, that's what I call my fake waist joint trick, is I do this. You see, I start off like that, turn, 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 and now it looks like a waist turn is happening. No ratchets in the shoulders, huh? Lazy, pinching those pennies where you can, John Hasbro, am I right? The next thing in the instructions is blue bolts, so I have to get blue bolts out. Ah! I turned my chair and the instructions tried to jump me! Probably for speaking truth to power. I hit the camera by accident. All right. Excuse me a moment. Gotta do a little bit of surgery here. By the way, I hope you're all having an okay weekend. In fact, I hope you're having a great weekend. I'm gonna extend that service as far as saying great weekend. This thing here. Ugh. Redacted. Good. Ah! Little bits of twist tires shooting at me. Man, they inset this so hard. How do I get... Come on. Come on. Snip! Get snipped, you little scum! There we go. I'm guessing I need these 2 white bits. Right here. By the way, emissary. Friggin' eating challenge TikToker ass way of saying that. Blue Talkies. Anal bead. Windex. No reaction. So according to the picture, check it out, it's Blue Bolts who did nothing wrong! That was the best part of all the darkest times of the Omega Prime discourse, was through it all, Blue Bolts was fine, and has a waist joint. Blue Bolts was just, like, chilling, like, what's up, I made a guns, and I'm a girl! And then, like, you know, oh no, this one's discolored, this one's spine breaks, and Blue Bolts is like, sounds like it sucks to be them! Sounds like you just paid for me then! Are they blue balls? Blue bolts. Blue bolt. Blue bolts. Sounds like Blue Bolts gave you the blue balls! These are all canon quotes from the character, by the way. She can also apparently combine with Armada Prime Super Pants. Oh yeah, I feel like I read that at some point. Hey, what's up, Andy? Yeah, this little dude being emissary is incredibly logical and intensely boring. I still remember the time I got handed audio that I put up on WTF at TFW because somebody interviewed JDF about his role as emissary. And I remember the whole time before I listened to the audio, I was like, what on earth would he ever... Why is this audio so long? What... How did you talk about this for this long? It's no disrespect, man. It's just that was kind of part of the funny... That was the funny character for a long time of JDF, is like the dude who could talk at length about being emissary in Netflix's or Machinima's Transformers, and it's like, talk, you had like 4 lines. But then again, like, that is a skill I would like to have someday, where someone could go like, tell me about the intricacies of your your role as Trans-Tech Shockwave. They're like, well, you know, me and Trans-Tech Shockwave go back a long way. You know, I've always wanted to be in a part of Transformer, and I'm glad that I could finally add something to the mythos as Trans-Tech Shockwave. It's kind of always been a dream of mine ever since I was a kid. You know, funny to think about now that I'm here and all, but you know, back then, it would have been unbelievable to me, like getting to portray a role like Trans-Tech Shockwave, someone that I grew up watching, and you know, I always had a great time thinking about, and well, you know, becomes blurry. You got me. Adding BotCon 2008 to IMDb. Thank you! Sorry, Kat, did my captions say trans sex shockwave? Now it's saying trends. Now, look, now they're trying to hide. I said trans tech shockwave. Uh-huh. Yeah, oh, yeah, haha. No, I said uh-huh. Sternly. So you can keep writing haha. Oh, okay, I thought you meant that's what it said. Yeah, I meant it said transect earlier. Okay. What can you say about your role as Auto Trooper? Well, you know, it's a lot to think about. Back then, oh, you know, I went to school with nothing more than a dream and also a hope. And I try to exemplify that because, you know, a lot of kids told me they were inspired, you know. Inspired by what I did as Auto Trooper, and you know it's not something that you can just take credit for, right? Like it's not something you can just be like, well, I was the Auto Trooper. You have to live it, or get the fudge out the room. Suffering from success, maybe. So the instructions are like rotate, rotate, rotate. I'm like, all the parts come apart. Just show me how to stick them back together. They're all 5 milled. Why are we playing this as like a huge big game? Welcome back, Long was here. I'm not even looking at the transcript anymore. Freaking traitor. Check it out, it's the Blue Bolts #1. And now there's a whole other mode. And now there's just taking Blue Bolts apart. Where's the part where you tell me how to stick it in his hands? I want him to hold his blue bolts. Shoot things. Hang on. This Optimus is cracked. Cracked full of fun. Because... Good time. Damn it. What can you tell us about your time being the head of the Shadow Circle? I can't comment. Like the drug. So I do like Blue Bolts, like, you know, hooks in old country way like this. Oh, that's cool. He's looking down the scope and everything. Oh, that's neat. Oh, and then his little Magnus thumbs, they plug into the what do you call it? The handles. I'm doing a really, honestly, good job. I'm doing an excellent job of keeping all this stuff aligned. and I can't help but notice people aren't praising me. Screwed up, honestly. You know, once we used to live in a society where effort was recognized, but also lauded. And here I am, giving it my all. People are just talking about cocaine. We got people calling me Christian. Thank you, Sideswipe Prime. Thank you, Regardless Army of Bees. Thank you, PT. My seminal role as the Milk Daddy. Well, Don Biz, you know, that was almost another life. But we changed a lot of people back then. In a lot of ways, and in a lot of biology.
Butter, 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 butter.
Hell yeah, Long was here. Do it. Yeah, I hope that they reply satisfactorily. Hang on, I do need to... This focus seems wrong. Everything seems soft. Everything's... Everything seems real... Seems real soy in here with the focus. Configure. Hello? Just unresponsive? Dick? Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. Yay, PT! Yay, thank you! Party for me! Party for me! Conor McClure, guy who calls all low aperture lenses soy focus. What am I doing? There we go. Well, that's neat. So the other form is just to have a backpack and guns. So why don't we do that once? Why not? Once for fun. Oh, there's a whole way you can store blue bolts throughout Magnus. I forgot about that. Yeah, just make the whole thing blurry slop. Call it John Machida Core. Go like, are you disrespecting Micro Machines, coward? Like that. Like this. Oh, okay. It just slides into that gap with the shoulder blocks going into some rails. That's kind of cool. What, some kind of blue bolts guns here, or what's going on? Ragu. What am I missing? Ugh! Just hangnail myself getting that out. I don't think I did. Oh, you little... Get back out, get back out, get back out. Thank you, thank you. Is this going to be the next hour of the stream? It's just me trying to get to use. I went to high school and finished. One of the Hot Wheels Transformers sold out on Big Bad. Which one? And what can you say? Huh? 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 What? Those wheels were what? Those wheels were hot? The name of the franchise is Hot Wheels. They're both sold out on Big Bad. Oh, okay. Well, congrats to those kids at Mattel. I guess they really got something going on with this big collaboration they're doing. Those wheels were pretty Matchbox. And Big Bad Toy Store's entire website just deletes out of nowhere. Alright, so this is the individual Daka Daka modes. Amazingly irritating to get these guns attached to his forearms. Truth be told. Oh yeah, today was like, was it today or yesterday? Was like, yeah, Hot Wheels Transformers Day, official pre-orders, official, etc., etc. Like they're gonna come out at a store too, so I would not be too concerned. Blah 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 blah. I want to put all of the blue. I want to put blue bolts in Magnus. Wish I could say I could do an impersonation of Rid Magnus, but I don't know how. Like, I know what his voice sounds like, but I want him to be all like, Blue bolts, get inside me. What a good impersonation of Ultra Magnus from Rid 2001 I just did. I think blue bolts should get inside me. I'm not going to say Blue Bolts is not really fitting in here very well, but... Okay, I have to fold the little rod up. Thanks everyone for saying how great my impersonation was. It's so good to know everyone's got my back in my budding career as a voiceover impersonation artist. Why can't I close this? The Matrix is budding again! No, okay, it's not. What is in the... Okay. Got it.
It's me, Ultra Magnus, and I want Blue Bolts to get inside me so I can show my stupid brother how to put a robot in.
So is she just, like, hanging out? Okay, the pegs go on the outside, at least. I was hoping that, like, this part is fine, but I was hoping, like, peg in, and then, like, swing up and peg in, but that doesn't happen. Oh, and really, yeah, just stick it all in there. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, for real, the white bits, you just put them in like this. That was great. Okay. Like a freaking crossbar so that in case the parts fall back out. Roller coaster seatbelt ass. That's very funny. Alright, well, I guess that means it's time.
You can't contain Blue Bolts.
Oh! Wasn't there a hinge on Magnus that gets stressed and I totally just glazed past where it might have been? Or does that happen in Omega Prime time? Hello, Sean Ringadoom. Glazing Magnus. It's the bottom of the shins for Omega Prime's feet. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna quickly strip fire Convoy. By the way, anyone else notice this part that comes off? This looks like it's meant to peg in as like a faux version of a support strut for when the ladder's up, but I'm not sure if that is just on that part of the instruction map I didn't look at.
Well, 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 if it isn't the Handshake Brothers, a.k.a. the Handball Brothers, a.k.a. the Handjob Brothers, a.k.a.
It might be for supporting the ladder cannon on Convoy's shoulder, really. I need to look into that some more.
If it isn't the hand blow, men.
Yeah, like it looks like just a strut thing that like T-slides into stuff. I just noticed it when I was like getting everything out for, you know, Matt to repair stuff. I was like, this is weird.
Well, if it isn't the Hasbro Corporation...
You're one to talk about hand jobs with that alt mode, Gigatron.
That was a classic quote mimicry. Sean, we're going to modify the... Was there something wrong with the toy? Like, as everyone saw, I just kind of, you know... Something seemed a little bit oddly stiff, so I just pushed until I heard, like, the sound of a bone breaking. And then some goop, like, came out of the battle damage on the abs. But I figured that was just part of the unboxing experience, because Hasbro loves us. They always give us, like, a really good, you know, unboxing experience, so that their products and items are more fun. The hell is that? Huh. So I do have something going on. Just noticed it. It's probably is not very important. There's a screw over here, right? Which comes through onto the back of there. This one is trying to evolve into a nipple. It's punching through the front. All credit to the plastic. That plastic is dealing with that really well, but hot damn, someone got carried away. I don't think Matt did that, because Matt had a screw map, and Matt's screws were the ones on the red parts. So this, like, other screw on the hinge is very zealously trying to push its way through the front of that. Matt, what did you do? I got Matt too rushed and flustered. That's my fault. It's my fault. But yeah, when I push this down, it goes... It makes that really weird noise that I didn't just make. So does my body, to be fair. Yeah, same boulder.
I've always wanted to touch my brother's hand with my hand, and I think we're finally gonna do it. We're gonna touch hands.
I remember the dub of this just coming off weird, too. Where it's like, yes, Optimus! I really want to shake hands with you! To show you that I trust you! I think we should touch! I think you should let me put my hand in yours! Make sure my thumb peg enters your palm hole! And then when they're like, oh no, what is happening? I tricked you!
You let me put my thumb peg into your palm hole, and now I'm gonna take you over, brother. I'm gonna put me all over you, and gonna make you put me on you more. Hey, can I just do the bit? Can I do the thing? Oh ho ho! I can just do the thing. Sounds more like shonen anime Starscream. Listen. Respect my craft. So this has to do a full spin, because I'm seeing the double holes over... Ah! Stay in. Double holes over here. I need an adult. I'm right, you need a different adult. Wow, wow, a different... We have an adult at home. Like, I know Rid also had, like, just, like, goofy-ass, you know, machine-translated scripts and stuff that they were working with, but, like, you know... Not to say Car Robots probably had, like, any better of a plot contrivance for it, but, like... I'm gonna trick him into touching me! Ook ook. I'm ready for a bonanza. Ook ook. Yeah, it's like they shake hands like, I tricked you! And it's like, dog, what, you've... Okay. I tricked you into shaking my hand. And it's like, well, yeah, but what you're doing is a little unprecedented. Like, I don't think we should be patting ourselves on the back so much here. Did you see the guy who spray painted his copy of the new Donkey Kong game yellow and broke his Switch trying to use it? I did not. It's spraying it yellow for the nostalgies. Isn't it? Like, that's the whole thing? Wait, I still have all of Blue Bolt's back here. I need to rescue her from this disaster. Brother, I'm ready to gut tie. I'm ready to merge our bodies together. Who the hell is this? Yo, what's up? I'm Blue Bolts. We got plenty of room back here for another one of you. Stupid robots. You always fall for the goddamn handshake trick. Brother, you've trapped a weaponizer back. Nah, I'm fine. Nah, I'm fine. You getting in on this or what? I've seen Game of Thrones. I won't ask questions. You getting in on this or what? That's the only I'm just asking.
Hang on, what am I supposed to... Oh, okay, that's the clip I'm undoing already. Alright. Hey, Mr. Magnus! A little silent because I did not look at how this part of the combination stuff worked at all. And I'm kind of digging the motions that are going on, so I'm sort of just taking it all in. My apologies for the reverent silence. Yo, T fan page, what's up? Yeah, I'm cracking it. I'm making my dreams real. Huh. Oh wait, was one of these the part that I'm supposed to be careful with? Which hinge? We talking that hinge or this hinge or okay, this hinge. The whole piece feels like it's made of nylon though. Like this part, right? You know, the hinge. Listen, I use Hinge idly. I like meeting people. I'm pretty unhinged. I'm kind of like if you cross the Joker with Sephiroth. When you meet me, nothing's gonna ever be the same. And that's how my dating profile's so popular. Dating profile opens with Orokana Ningen, yo! Even though you may be Tada no Ningen, I might find some patience to entertain your company for a little while. Seems easier to do without the gray bit already clipped in. Because now I can get my hands in both sides. Sploosh. So Tada no Ningen is just a human. It was a popular meme back when we were all watching, like rips of the Cruel Angel subs of Kamen Rider Agito, because G3 was referred to by an unknown at one point as Tada no Ningen. Also, I don't understand how this all goes together. There are so many things in the way.
But you see...
Okay, so we set the boot, and then we set the rear peg, and now... Oh, wait, does this fold over? This goes backwards, doesn't it? I don't see how there's room for this to fold the other way over. Did I miss that? I must have missed that. Then this can peg onto both of these. Well, hypothetically, at least. Yeah. And then this can slap on there. This can slap on there. That's a friggin' shoe if I ever saw one. Yeah, these boots were made for combining. Here, Optimus, be really dignified for a second for me. Whilst I prepare your other shoe. Help me. Oh no.
Masha, my special boots. I worked at this company for 20 years to earn the right to put these boots on. Now they're selling them to kids. And what do I got? I got a goddamn gold watch.
Oh, you do not need to connect the gray part to the blue flap. Oh, okay. It's so satisfying, though. Like, it's right there. Why would... It's right there, though. Is that like a super confirmed, like, do not do that kind of thing? Or, like... Because it's right there. Oh, it is a micrometer off. Because it goes right in, though. Oh. Would you sacrifice articulation for more play features? It depends on what the play features are. Because that's not wrong that it is also like off by like just a micrometer, a micrometer, and it does feel kind of spooky to do. It's so right there.
Why show me if I can't have it? I want it. I want the profit. I will put the peg in the hole because it's what I want to do.
Ook, ook. What are some good deck boxes, storage boxes for Magic the Gathering? Well, depends what you're looking for. We talking, depends what we're looking. Are we talking just a single deck, or we got a couple of decks that we like, or we got a cube, maybe? We got. Maybe you're building your first cube. No! No! Come back! Please talk to me! Please abandon this character. Hello. Comma, line break. Line break. I have been a fan of this television channel for many months. It is with heavy heart that I do request, please eliminate this character that has been invented today. Yeah, for just a commander deck, like, depending on what sleeves you're using, if you're not using Dragon Shields and you're not double sleeving, an Ultimate Guard Boulder is always a good go-to. If you are double sleeving and using Dragon Shield sleeves, a Boulder will hold precisely 100 cards, so if you have any token cards whatsoever, they won't fit. In which case, I would say then look at a Game-Genic Bastion, because they're slightly thicker. They're both fine. I believe I also saw, yeah, Sidewinders were mentioned as well if you want to have something that's fancy and has leathery skin. Basically, yeah, Ultimate Guard, Sidewinders, and Boulders are fine. Just about anything Game-Genic makes is pretty solid, because my understanding is the original designer of the Boulder is now the person who works on everything Game-Genic does. So they're all totally solid options. Boulder right here, yeah. If you give Boulder 101 cards, they combust. Yeah, what kind of decks you looking at? I might know a thing or two about. You could say I've been around the block. This is catastrophically irritating human. Like, you weren't even talking to them, it's just you were asking someone else about freaking deck boxes. They just manifested. You all running Mias or Thopters? Sir, this is a Wendy's. This is why your company's falling apart. I can't buy a single Sidewinder or a Bastion. Disgusting, frankly. This used to be a country. Hey, air raid is now stickered. Hell yeah. But yeah, when it comes to deck boxes, Ultimate Guard and Gamegenic, like, if any of their stuff looks interesting, it's probably fine. Try to not order Sidewinder missiles. You have to roll the cards to fit inside, and it devalues them. Also, yeah, depending where you are, sometimes Gamegenic stuff is simply, like, more there. Like, that company put in some work to be present. This weird shirt-looking setup going on here. Oh no! This next line is like on the fold. I have to open this up. My life is so hard. Oh crap, where was I? Okay, the instructions are also showing a very big lack of the gray bit pegging onto the blue bit. So yeah, do not, even though it's so close, it seems do not do that. Oh yeah, if you're custom sleeves are from Dragon Shield, having seen some of them in person, like, those are fine. But yeah, if it was, like, with another company, like, those can be real, like, you need to sleeve the sleeves, which Dragon Shield does make sleeves for sleeves. I have some. I didn't I answered your question eventually. That's a nice instruction booklet you got. It's an instruction piece of paper. It's just a very big piece of paper. No, art, if they're Dragon Shield mattes, the art won't come off. If it's matte finish, then the art, whatever printing process they use is way better than if it's gloss. If it's gloss, then yeah, the Dragon Shield outer sleeves will protect art sleeves. Most of the art sleeves that come out of Japan do need a second sleeve over top, or it just shreds apart. All of the Lorcana sleeves also need to be sleeved themselves. All their art just rips apart in the moment you mass shuffle them. Yeah, character guard is another term for those. Oh yeah, yeah. When I say gloss, I mean like art sleeves that have a gloss finish, generally. If it's like gloss sleeves and it's just a color, then like, you know, whatever. Yeah, Monday Adams. Jada Toys just announced at SDCC they got Invincible. So rip all those Diamond Select Invincible cartoon figures that are still at EB Games, I guess. Well, that was painless. This looks really weird. Look at this. This is like lift 'em. Wait a second. Hang on. Something, free the nipple. Something, free the Ruby. Oh, Ruby, you're in Sideswipe Prime's position. Sideswipe Prime is building a shadow deck. Breast missile. Why does he have 5? I just saw the holes. I didn't ask the question. That's a weird sentence. Hang on, there's a whole bunch of bespoke butt lockery about to happen here. This is where the fun begins. Alright, I got the 2 tabs in on the boob. But now it looks like there are a million things happening in the back. Tab that in. Swing these in. Why is the picture so small? Like this. This is so goddamn tiny. Alright, we got it. We got it. Yeah, the double hinge chest collapse, that felt magic to me. That felt like some mass actually just disappearing. Hello, Option Zero. Just so you can see what I'm talking about. One of the most, like, finicky, fine, tiny pieces moving on lots of hinges moments is down at the bottom left corner of one side of this giant piece of paper. With the tiniest goddamn little pictures that are half covered by other parts of the goddamn model. Hello, Bray Bunga. Hello, welcome. I was just yelling a lot. Welcome to the... I will never not get on the case of the HasLab system that they did a booklet once. It printed things in the wrong order at a critical moment, And they went like, darn, better just do a giant piece of paper forevermore. Yeah, the butt armatures, like, I like the way that all goes together so tight. Like, that feels cool. It's just like one of the few things that actually makes me get aggro, with Transformers specifically. But with HasLab, I am even more, impatient about this stuff, because I'm like, the very first one had a booklet with a spine and everything. But anyway, Aaron has my back on this. I care a lot about the little things like that. Like, there's a certain level of spit and polish that I think goes a long way with a piece like this. Take it easy, GD Slalom. Wait, what was that last bit at the end? Let me just open to the end of the instruction book again. Ah, yes, right. Just need to make my way back to the full blue boltzing. Get bolted. Where did I stick those funny things? Was it here? Where did I stick those funny things? Ah, yes. There we go. Oh yeah, generally speaking, I believe that, like, I am a supporter of these just being, like, mainline with more stuff. That's why one of the only places I really hyperfixate is backer updates and the instruction manuals. Because I'm like those are easy wins. But also they did it once before. I want my era with whoever is the, because they named the fellow in a Unicron backer update way back. Whoever the fellow was, the instructions guy. I want the adventure that Aaron and I are both on with that guy, our multi-year long, near decades, perhaps decades long adventure. I want it to end in happiness for all of us. Connor McClure, low-key, sending a document of the instructions to backers would also be dope. It is one of the many things that are unimportant to most people that make me actually annoyed. It is another one of the many things where it's like, if you're gonna call it this, then do these things as well. Like, that's my whole soapbox. My soapbox does not align with most people's soapboxes about HasLab, which is also, like, you know, the tragedy of Darth Plagueis that I live out every day. Ooh, there we go. Godfire! Hello, Corito. No worries. There is no late here. Imploded? Is there something wrong with Omega Prime? Vangelus does rhyme with Plague. Shh! I have been notified that people on mobile may have trouble seeing some stuff at the very top of the screen. This is another moment of this where I'm like, these are here, and they do something already. But I'm like, where is the receptacle that should be? There should be a receptacle, so it goes and does a thing. It's not important in the bigger picture, but it's a little thing. I'm like, where's the receptacle? We should go get that big silly... We should get the silly stuff out.
Darth Plagueis the Vangelus. So you've heard the tale, have you?
That's my perfect Emperor impression, by the way.
It's me, Emperor Palpatine. Oh, you heard about Darth Plagueis, did you? They called him the Wise. He figured out how to not die. Made him sad, though. You should turn evil and kill some babies, Anakin.
I'm quoting the scene because I'm a huge Star Wars fan.
You know, Anakin, they say someday I may somehow return somehow. Anakin, have you ever played Fortnite?
The V in Vangelus sounds like, or stands for Shiva. Hey, shh.
Come visit my house made of candy, Anakin. Tell me, young Jedi, have you ever kissed a boy?
Matrix Blade was in a couple of pieces while I was pulling it out.
Not from a collector.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, is there... Am I... Hang on. Okay. Is there a funny trick? Or does it not matter? They're the same piece. It doesn't matter. Okay. Or does it? It does! Well, like, mildly.
Mugen no Chikara?
Oh, I need to give this the big old... Make sure you put in the handle for... Hey! Thinking with my whole brain. Really? Is that it? You see it passing over here. He's holding it so it's like... How do I put this? He's holding it the way children think you hold swords before you actually ever try to hold an actual sword. Like with the blade facing sideways. Maybe this is a thing in, like, friggin', whatever they call it, fencing, but in Olympic fencing, no, this is not a thing. Hema, thank you. I almost said NECA. I got no answer. See, I don't know how to share this with all of you. Because it's oriented in a way where the part where it's locked in, it will tilt itself out of that locking. So it's a little precarious. He can do it. He's got a waist joint. So it is... The handle is... Look, the handle is bending from the friggin' weight. Look at this. That seems ill-advised for long-term posing. I just want to hold that up a little bit for him. Hang on.
You shouldn't have waffled the blade and made it so light.
Hang on, I can... What do I want the focus to be on? Let me just balance this for a moment. I'll go post this on the Bluesk. My facial recognition took a moment there. I wonder why. This is fine. Actually, wait. I'm gonna crop this a bit. make it a little more skinematic. I can adjust the shadows to be a bit darker and more dynamic. There you go. Uploading the image. Oh! My reply has been published. Hooray! Ugh, my nose hurts. Pick your nose with it. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna put this in a position where it won't make the handle eventually snap. Also, yeah, slightly better fist on the Godfire knuckle. I keep forgetting this thing is right up in the eye line of the face cam. Let's move you over slightly. Oh no, Verspringen, the upper right statement is the one that I put there as soon as the stream started. It was a little funny jokey joke I thought of. But also, I wanted to be fair to people who had had a very bad day opening up, like mostly Americans who had a bad day opening up one of these in the first wave. Ah! Dropped one of these. Alright, let's look at the instruction part I didn't look at for all the displaced. Let me just open this little instruction booklet. Alright. Huh? Why would I... Oh, I see. Okay, there's how you put the ears in. True. Okay. Then what's the point of... Hang on. Oh, Karito, that's no hot take. That's a lukewarm take that I have many times over. Oh, why would I not have these on all the time? These things. Because the back-to-back connection's going to be here, right? Oh, okay, so you can connect them front to... Why would I connect them front to front? Everything about the sculpted design doesn't... Okay, well, whatever. Why would I want options, I guess? What? I just lost one of them arms. Come back. Come back to me. Oh, I got you. The reason to take the lip off is when you need them to fit back in the box. True. I do like the satisfying feeling whenever we get one of these. Oh, it feels... Yeah. So in general, it's just the arm for everybody. But then when it's Ultra Magnus by himself, we use the funny extender? So why are there two funny they only do that for Ultra Magnus, though? Or not? I don't know. I guess they could just make two anyway. Oh wait, is it one way for Super Pro? Let me just consult the instruction booklet again. Let's see. So it is, so it is. Oh, alright. Let's just get that. Just clench your teeth for me, please. The instructions are actually a handy survival tool you can use to collect rainwater. True. Hey, wait a second. This does peg apart. Okay, okay, okay. So you can sort of set these weird triple fin receptacles at angles for the sake of some different postures. It's not like a round peg, but it has a couple of other, like, well, one other angle it seems to go in at. This thing is making it hard for me to see the chat, so I'm gonna put it away. Alright, so he has disengaged from his butt peg. Right here in public, during a live stream. I can't believe you do this to me. There we go, it's back in. Well, when I was a teenager and I got my first Super Fire convoy, this is how I spent sometimes. Like, I get back from like high school, and I'd be like, it's time to crack the code. I'm gonna be the one who figures out how to put all these parts together by myself. So I'm gonna do that. Everyone will respect me, Ore-sama. Hey there, milk product. This guy's feeling pretty good. There's a couple of spots where it's like two bare plastic parts kind of just rest together, and one has pegs or holes and the other doesn't, and I'm kind of like, could they not have just tabbed together too? But other than that. Take it easy, Andy. This is the true form of Omegle. Once an abandoned chat platform and content farm. These are wheels, aren't they? Oh, wait. Up here. So back in the day, we would just take this and just slap it on there. But there's no peg this time. Is there? Oh no, are those gonna... Wait, maybe I can. Or are those not pegs? Face forward! So far, yeah, I'm rather digging this package. I was just mentioning, the only real problem I have is there are a number of spots where it feels like a peg and a hole or a tab and a slot should be meeting, and they're not. There are ports behind the chest that line up with the spacing on the arms, to peg or not to peg. Ooh, eh. I do like a good pegging. You can just call me the Peg Master. Did you check the hip ratchets? I did not. Other than, well, I checked them in that I used them to, like, transform the cab robot. And they were very nice. Because they make that good hand feel. Ignore that. Godfire kick. He did that once, right? I'm not misremembering. Yeah, I'll look into it, but like the on mine so far, the hips just feel natural, I guess. Like I don't feel like I'm resisting anything. I'm not sure if Matt checked for that actually, because the panel environment was a little bit chaotic at the end. Take it easy, Picky Peeps. Ooh. So ka. So des ne. I'm very proud of myself for that, but that this already feels like high school again. As I'd get like that far, I'd be like, yeah, it's really happening, and then I get stuck. Because I also like blue bolts being up here. But those are some really choice peg holes. Are we just like wedging it in like that, or is it...
Carino, you have my toy? What?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, are you mocking me? Whoa! It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. Actually, it's better than good. It's Godfire. I distinctly recall that being part of the discourse back in the day when all of us, or not all of us, but a lot of us were in high school, and it was like, huh. I see they have chosen not to call him Godfire Optimus Prime. I guess anime is a little bit too hardcore for North America. Use the Ultra Magnus arms. I'm using the arm stumps for the skirts, though. Dang it. Akuya, weirdly I got out of that phase when I left high school. Yeah, it's like... strangely. When I... I don't know, this is... probably sounds more reductive than I mean it to sound. I was gonna say, like... it's as though you matured somewhat after having been a child. I wonder if I can stick this thing on as like a cool, like, block. Oh-ho! I just cracked the code. Look at that. Friggin', the kaboom box up here. Extremely tall Godfire convoy. I wish I could do the old trick and just, like, stick this on his arm and pray. But I can't. I was watching Guyver OVAs in elementary school, so I was probably the worst. Well, like back here? Duh! It's all good, it's all good. It's part of the process, part of the learning process. I have to take off the boombox first. I don't want to. Oh, man. Isn't Guyver very... Yeah, Guyver OVA is like monsters getting their heads ripped open and stuff. But, like, I don't know. My mom figured that, like, she would just keep an eye to see if I turned into, like, a weird, like, I want to kill the other kids kind of kid, and I didn't. So, I got to watch Guyver when I was a kid. Yeah, Guyver was like one of my formative cartoons growing up. Not out of... I didn't see Out of Control until like many decades later. Out of Control kind of freaked me out as a kid because the box art was freakier, but the OVAs I was super into. The turning axis. You get to watch Guyver until you kill one kid. Listen, we lived back then. We had morals. Yeah, we didn't coddle our kids. Oh, yeah, send me a picture, and then I can take a look. Unless I'm missing something in alternate chat. I haven't looked there all day. Sounds like Prime. That's thank you for catching my auto captions being foolish. My mom took me to see The Crow in theaters when I was in elementary school too. Take it easy, option 0. I also, at the end of elementary school and the beginning of high school, I watched the 5 original Puppet Master movies, and I was like, this is the best cinema that's ever been made. Everyone's so foolish. They don't understand how good this is. I see, Long was here. I got your message. This does seem somewhat precarious still. Take it easy, Cygnus. So can I then bolster this with the funny box? Oh, wait. I can make the funny box even better. Oh, these little turrets can, like, wiggle. Oh, I can almost... Okay, hang on. We're in! We're in! I can't turn him anymore. Hang on. Bring the shadows down a little bit for that dynamicism. We crop the... What? Freeform! God. No. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna reply to my own other post I did on Blue Sky. Now all the weapons are on top of a Mega Prime. Correct. Correct. This is the Shin no Godfire. I forgot to flip these out. Very important. This is like slowly maneuvering its way off the peg every time I look at it. I did not put the headmaster on, by the way. There you go. Oh, wait. Wait. There we go. This is what the hole is for! Oh, Shane, this is famous emissary. As voiced in Machinima's Titan's Return by Jason David Frank. Honestly, how did you? I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna say that you had to ask, but like, you know, we got. I kind of thought we were all fans here. I get to look around the friggin' toy to see what anyone's saying. Two peg holes on the underside that peg perfectly on the arms. Did Takara Brave Max actually become a thing, or was it this just the Submarauder bonus mold that folded out? No, Takara Brave Max never happened, if I recall correctly. Grand Max was very rare. Brave Max was, unfortunately, non-existent. Remove the ladder from the circular... Oh! Hey, look at that. Oh, because there are two spring-loaded switches, I guess. That's weird. Oh, there are... That's weird, yeah. Look at that, there are two peg holes there. Those do perfectly fit the arm. That's very strange. This feels really slot flap. This feels incredibly slot flap. This feels like the start of something that was abandoned. It would be sick if there was something that this could go in, because right now I'm kind of like... Woo! Ah, it spins! Woo! Ow. Oh, yeah. This does rather perfectly peg on here. Ah! Hang on. Hang on. This is gonna be worth it. So you may have been wondering how I got here. Shut up! It was really funny. Yeehaw! It's him. It's Godfire. Oh no, not him again. I literally can't see any of you. Hang on. No! No, don't maximize it. Just make it full tall. Thank you. Well, what a neat set. Yeah, unfortunate victim of a bunch of poor circumstance. Otherwise, like a really neat HasLab. Much like other HasLabs, you know, not perfect. It is mainline toy with more stuff happening. That is just what they do. I don't mind. I think it's interesting. But obviously, I wish everybody have a working toy of this if you are getting it or have gotten it. Connect the circular thing upside down to the ladder. But then I lose the buckler. Oh, it doesn't really... So the way it grips on is there is a ring around the top, but not at the bottom. So when you put it on this way, it just kind of like sits. Yeah, I guess it holds on, sort of. You know, this slides. Oh wait, that's to slide the ladder out, isn't it? Okay, I was gonna say, maybe you could move it so the ladder's not, like, sticking so far off, but it will always be sticking so far off. And now it has even more stuff sticking off the back. Yeah, none of the breakage would have happened if this was retail. Nah. That's, how do I put this? That's where I always want to warn people of, like, don't try to be Nostradamus when you know a bad future that you're in. The other bad futures could also go bad. Weird thing to say, but it's true. I think hindsight is a useful tool, but sometimes it is forgotten that one is speaking with hindsight. I'm gonna keep playing with this. I know, weird thing to say, right? I'm gonna keep playing with my Transformers toy. Strange person that I am. Weirdo, honestly. But I think that's gonna approach a wind down point because I'm hungry. I want milk and cookies. So I think that part of the reason why we got 2 of these is that this is a mold and they did it twice to have 2 of these, and so we ended up with another one of these. That's my hot take. Just call me the Renegade. Your name's Hungry too? Oh, you're 1 a.m. I don't mind the AMs, it's just like, you know. How many of you are there? 12? A fire take, you might say. Oh, ayo. Let's pop back over to the browser share. So, that's the coupon code. I have more streaming to do. Not tonight, but more streaming to do. I have some toys I got at TFCon that I haven't opened because I'm saving them for sure. I have a toy I bought before TFCon, just a deluxe. And because I was busy, I didn't get a chance to open it. And I've been like, no, I want to open it with the folks and have a good time. I don't want to just sit there quietly. Like, I'm addicted now. I'm addicted to you. So I'm gonna maybe have like another box shred. I'm gonna try to go through the reveals video on the Hasbro Pulse YouTube channel, and make another OBS recorded Transformers expert video to talk about some of the reveals. Also, that way I can comb through the video and point out all the parasocial tidbits I enjoy ever so much off of the current Transformers team. So I'm going to try to do that. And I'm going to see if I can get a video review done tomorrow or Monday, because it's almost done. And then we get one more of those out, too. So my wheels are returning to the turning function, as they say. But yeah, I had the tab open even just to go like, oh, look at that, they're doing a Titan Grimlock. I would like a better photo of Nemesis Prime, because they mentioned, I'm gonna listen for it in the video again. They mentioned something about him that most people miss, which is that all of his blues and reds in his entire body basically is extremely subtly more purple. Which unfortunately is something that is very easy for random human rods and cones to not even be able to detect. But I'd swear they mentioned that that's another deco change on the Nemesis Prime version, is that it's getting like the full scale end purpling, which I would like to see, because I can see that with my rods and cones. So, you know, there's a little bit of, whatever you call it, biological nepotism on my part. But yeah, they did all the newly sculpted. It's the same thing that happened with, like, movies 1 through 3 Optimus, where they're like, don't worry, everyone, we sculpted every abdomen, and I'd sit there going like, okay. So on this one, because I like this Prime more than the one from movies 1 through 3, I do notice he has the weird gauntlets he grew when he got the sword that the existing toy already comes with. And the little punch dagger thing. Thoughts on Blastoff being painted with the animation error? I don't like that much, but I'm fine with it because they literally said we decided to paint the error on because we think it's cool. And so they're saying what it is, therefore I'm more fine with it than if they were like, we're doing this truly accurate. They actually called it the weird animation error eye, and I'm like, oh, yeah, as long as you know what you're doing and you're saying it, then whatever, have fun. My friend upstairs likes the animation eye more anyway, so I'm happy for him. There was some thing that I forgot why the swords made his forearms grow more plates. But yeah, like the blast off head is still sculpted. The parts to repaint or put stickers on are extremely large, so like it's, you know, I think it's fine. Yeah. Have your fun. I like Cartoon Bruticus more because he has asymmetrical feet, and I think that's fun. So I'm like, I guess this is like the unpleasant pill I have to take with all the good ones to get the thing I want. Transalamander, that Grimlock is new Titan class, so he's going to be 15 inches tall in robot mode, and the Optimus riding him is the current leader class Transformers 4 Optimus from Studio Series that just came out, but that is its repaint coming out next year, which is Transformers 5 Nemesis Prime, which, again, I don't mind it, because in all their video stuff, they all but basically said, you know, how do you put this? They were joking about the fact that it's barely a repaint. But no, it was in movie 4 when Optimus gets some sword and it makes his arms go all like or something, and then there's plates, and I think they carried that over to the movie 5 design, if I remember right. Oh, Akuya, it looks like Bruticus is going to have that for the legs, because that was Cartoon Bruticus, but also, that's what Vortex's instructions show. So he's going to have, you know, tank for shin, as opposed to tank for calf. Weird way to put it, I suppose. I have a theory that Brawl and Swindle are fully the lower legs, because Brawl, aside from both being Voyagers, Brawl also looks like he has a Scrapper funny asymmetrical little nubbin on his belly, which looks like there might be an ankle in Brawl. So I think that's why Brawl and Swindle are Voyagers, but like we won't know until they're out. Also, there's, what was it, in the funny mouth on Titan Grimlock, there's effect ports so's that you can put fire in his mouth. Oh, and they intimated that they want to do all the rest of Grimlock's Dinobot friends. There has been a, how do you put it? I need to rewatch the video, because I need to listen to how they actually talked about this. It has been heard and reported as, quote, Hasbro confirms Titan Dinobots. I think the idea is that it's like, we'd love to do the other Dinobots at this scale. I would recommend, even though, you know, in the 2 to 4 years when this will actually pan out, y'all will probably forget I said this, that I would recommend having a little bit of realism about the notion that perhaps they will be smaller than Titans sometimes. I would expect probably 1 or 2 of them are leaders or commanders. But I'm not gonna die on that hill. Like, I don't care enough about it to like go and start having debates with people about toys that don't exist. In Pixel Dan's video, one of them says all Titans. I will still kind of believe it when I see it. That just sounds like the thing that you say at the outset, and then you actually go to try to do it, and then we arrive at a point where perhaps one of them is a commander. But I won't be mad if they're all Titans. That'd be neat. I just kind of feel like that just sounds like a thing that perhaps doesn't pan out 100% on all of them. Yeah, the Spino is Scorn. That's the important one. That's the one I want. That's the real leader. Yeah, I'm very particular about like the wordings when I hear Hasbro people say things, because it is very helpful stuff. Like when they talked about Thundercracker. They know who they're talking to, so they were very much like, hey everyone, this is a 100% new mold! with a waist swivel. And it's like, okay, that answers the two big questions. Alan Weaver, I thought they said they were doing them all, but not all Titans, but I don't recall anything like that in Dan's video. I haven't seen Pixel Dan's video. Yeah, Strafe being a Titan would be all about that wingspan. But that's also why I feel like Strafe might end up being like... It's so weird, just like, might be sized down to a commander. When friggin' Magmatron has giant head wings already anyway. But yeah, Titan's scale being emphasized feels more like an eager and positive statement, but also one just vague enough to, like, I would just say, like, you know, don't get so attached to a Titan price point Dinobot run to the point of getting angry if it doesn't happen. In general, I recommend being liquid with your hobbies regardless. Like, don't lock in on a thing when they're like, we want to do this. It's like, you said you're gonna do it. Because it's a corpo. Corpo are the corpo people who don't care about any of us or the team can tell the team what to do. So anything the team wants to do ostensibly could still just get axed anyway. Not Bumblebees, who cares? You don't remember Titan-class Dinobot Bumblebee from Transformers The Last Age of the Extinction Night? I thought you were a real fan? I wonder if G1 Dinobots all being leader was a foot in the door for the team being able to even start this with Grimlock at Titan. I do feel that may be the case. That was one thing I was thinking about yesterday. Also, Evan is hilarious because they very much mentioned, yeah, we know that there is a Grimlock already. I forgot this is in the Pulse video. Evan all but has this phrase of like, we know there's one out there, but listen, we didn't make that one. And I was like, dang, brother. Filterless Evan design is very funny. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about some of that stuff ideally in an OBS recorded video so I can find a way to talk about news into my rhythm more with that, because I want to, because I like talking about it, but also it's good for YouTubes, and I figure if I'm 2 for 2 on those, I should do it. I just got to figure out my way. Yeah, Evan talking about Arachnid was so funny when he's like, yeah, I was getting messages since the movie came out where people would just say, like, oh, can't wait to see the Arachnid you must have ready to go. And Evan's just like, yeah, sends photo of little girl looking confused and tearful. That was so funny. The current candor that is allowed with the current Transformers team, I still maintain is something to be treasured. It's something that will probably suddenly go away one day, and so we should enjoy it as long as we have it. I mean, ideally, even if there's team turnover, ideally that level of freedom to talk on the internet will remain. But like I said, these are all the kinds of things that could, like, flip on a whim the moment the wrong corpo exec shows up and says, like, I want things to change, and I don't care how, so let me just change that. I very much passionately demand you change that. 'Cause that is how that stuff sometimes tends to go. This is a total tangent, but, like, another video idea I had was... Oh, wait, quote! There's a quote! Thank you, Alan Weaver. At the scale we should have done them when we released them, is in Dan's video. Okay, so yeah, no mention of them being Titans. Just talking about the scale. That stuff is really important. I think also for everyone's personal, like, expectations and lack of disappointment. Like, don't read between lines too much. Like, there's a what I call wiggling the screwdriver, but always remember, if you didn't hear it, they didn't say it. So, like, don't start, you know, getting yourself hyped up for something that fits a vagary, but wasn't stated. would be my recommendation. Oh yeah, Evan is demonstrably straight out of the fandom. During the lockdown Q&As, we got a look at Evan's shelf at home, and it's every Transformer in a big long line on like 2 shelves. So I mean, by all accounts and intimations, and this is again one of those things where like, you know, you kind of read into this a bit, but like it seems reasonable. It sounds like Evan like pet projected the Corpse 2-packs as like specifically a thing he wants, much like were I in his position, I would be forcing the Action Master Elites to happen at all costs. But I always remember during the Zoom Q&As, Evan mentioned one of his very first experiences in a boardroom setting was making the case that Studio Series Hot Rod should be magenta, and he brought side-by-sides, and he brought VHS tapes and laser discs, he brought tons of proof to demonstrate that orange Hot Rod is actually not correct. It's a common mistake, and Hot Rod should be magenta. And then he was basically told, well, we want an orange car. And then someone else told him, like, you gotta know when to pick your battles. And I've always kind of headcanoned that, like, that was the seed of the Corpse 2-packs, was, like, Evan facing his first boardroom, you know, like, know your place over magenta Hot Rod, like, fomented the seed of, like, then I'm gonna get my goddamn corpses. And we'll never know, probably. But I like the idea of that. I think it'd be really funny. Boulder, I still think Russ was able to get inside access because he let Evan handle his Dino King and other rare stuff. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Magenta Hot Rod, as far as I recall, it looked like Magenta Hot Rod was going to be the Velocitron one that didn't happen, who was then going to become, like, a Buzzworthy or something that didn't happen. Like, it sounds like the deco exists. It never gets to actually come out. The corpses being Evan's baby is, if I recall correctly, some kind of, like, stacked hearsay. So I do caution, like, you know, don't take it as, like, gospel. I'd swear that there was, like, a connective tissue that is, like, the corpses are Evan's funny thing. I think he said it in a live stream. Okay. Yeah, I can't, because it is locked in my memory as, like, a very confident memory, but I also don't remember where I heard it, which is why I try to, like, you know, I cake it in a thick coat of, you know, grain of salt icing. Connor, I was laughing in the recent stream, they were all recalling the Quintus artifact. After a beat, he did drop in Emberstone. Like, yeah, he knows ball. Yeah. I mean, they also had, the Emberstone was the big feature of, like, Earthspark Season 1, right? So I wonder if also Evan, like, is just like, hey, listen, I remember the stuff we worked on 4 years ago, or whatever. But yeah, like, there's good stuff happening within that team. Like, the toys, the Russ having that access is, like, I think unprecedented and amazing. Everyone's saying they can't wait to see how Evan makes Arachnid, and I'm just thinking, what would happen if they ask him to give Violin Jiger a shot? I'm sure someone has gone, like, so you seem to be making a lot of victory. Perhaps we fast forward to Violin Jiger. Like, I'm sure that's come up, like, in an Instagram DM or something. Okay, Scorp says the magenta car was the G1 reissue. The canceled Velocitron is darker red. Okay, I'm misremembering then. But I do very much remember that Evan was fighting for magenta on Studio Series 86 Hot Rod during a Zoom call Q&A thing. I remember that story very clearly. I believe every word you speak, especially when you said exhaust off chip with chain smoke. That is true. That happened in G1. That's how Megatron lost his tank mode. I think doing Violin Jiger as just, like, take the concept and then do it as a new toy, kind of like what they're doing with the Primes, would be super cool. I would love to see that. I kind of am hoping that maybe, you know, once they finish the Primes, if the world still exists and etc., and Transformers is still a thing, and that whole brand is still together, I'm like hoping that like that can be their next pivot, is take more obscure, toyless, or like very few toys, you know, wild designs like that, and just like the 13 Primes are basically this like way to sneak in doing new Transformers, basically. And so I think it would be cool if they continue doing that with stuff like Vile and Jiger, or yeah, like Majin Zarak. Like, don't make him a Titan even, like, just make him like a, you know, a Voyager, Leader, Commander, or whatever, but like, you just take these things that already don't have toys anyway, and then go like, we're gonna reference this deep cut, and basically make a brand new Transformers character while doing so. Because like that's basically what they're doing with the 13 for the most part. You know, give or take. So, you know, the equation I'm talking about is never 100%, but like, you know, a lot of the 13 are also kind of just brand new Transformers, in terms of toys specifically, in a way that we haven't had very much for a while. And yeah, like Amalgamus is fantastic. I was really overjoyed when in the Pulse video, they were like, oh yeah, this guy's got at least like 5 modes. You can pull the legs off, put them together, there's a mode. Pull his arms off, put them together, there's a mode. I'm like, great. That sounds really cool. Because it's, like I said, it's like they snuck in a way to play more, but with Generations money. And I think that's really cool. Because they are surrounded by, for instance, like cartoon or Sunbow-oriented Superion, who's like actually in some ways very similar, is my argument I would make, but that's more of a stretch. I think that one of the secrets of for some reason I hate the phrase "the skeleton combiners." I don't know why. It's I can't justify this. This is just my own problem. Something about it feels like really like deconstructive in a way I find annoying. But everyone's saying it, so whatever. I don't care enough to like make a fight about it. But like with Superion more so than Menasor, I think. If you take away the part where that's Silverbolt, right? And you take away the part where those are the G1 aerial bots, they created a really cool Transformers team. In my opinion, engineering-wise, top to bottom, everything. It's just that because they are also wrapped in the skin of doing Sunbow aerial bots, it comes off in this sort of, like, cynical way. Because I feel this way very much about Commander Menasor, is they made a really cool truck transformer whose trailer turns into an exosuit. And similarly with Silverbolt, you leave out the part where it's G1 Silverbolt, they made a jet with a fast pack. The jet turns into a robot, and it can gatai with the fast pack to turn into a massive exosuit that 4 other robots can jump into. And I think that's really cool. When I put it that way, I think I make it sound way better than they made Animation Superion and accounted for all of the BS of Sunbow Superion. Now, granted, like, you know, the easy way to shoot me down is, like, they should have just been new characters. But I'm like, no, I mean, yeah, a perfect world. But I think that there is something really neat wrapped in that stuff that the discourse around them kind of, like, not only glazes past, but kind of, like, stomps into the dirt a little bit in a way that bums me out. The bummer is that, like, in a perfect world, we would get an OC team as retools that lean even harder into the gimmick, and we're never going to get that anytime soon, if at all. So, you know, that's another one of the bummers. It's like how Make Toys Computron, I was like, this thing would be just as good if they were retooled to just be 5 spaceships and they were all Arctic colors. That never happened, though, because they are looking a bit like Computron, so that people say, oh yeah, it's a new take on Computron. And so, yeah, like, I think the play pattern of a hunk turns into part of the combiner, as long as it is transforming still, I think there's lots of validity to that approach. But especially presenting it as, like, it's Sunbow accurate. Like, if you listen to them talk about the frame combiner stuff, the Hasbro team themselves, they have highlighted little bits and pieces of that approach that they really like, as far as like being able to linearly design those toys to like still function in solo. And I really wish there was a way they could express some of that stuff without having to like, you know, couch it in this absolutely present other function that discolors some of the work that I think they've done really well in the name of a more boring function. Well, no, as long as you're doing a half A press, and you occupy that alternate dimension while you're maneuvering through the cavern, then you can make it through Super Mario 64 without completing a full 1.0 A press. Well, that's the thing, is like, that's why I like it, or I liked it when any company, third party even, said we're gonna try to do Sunbow Menasor, because I was like, you're gonna find some super cool tricks along the way if this turns out remotely alright. And then the Magic Square version of Sunbow Menasor, among the other Menasors it can be, absolutely fulfilled that. And then the Legacy Motormaster specifically fulfilled that 100%. And so, I totally see your point, the compromise is what make the toys compelling, but then, like, I just see this as, like, an inverse of that still results in cool toys. Because I don't actually care that much about Sunbow Menasor. But they made a cool Motormaster with an exosuit. It would also have been nice if they actually had fiction that depicted that Motormaster properly, which is that is a Motormaster who is the leader of the Decepticons in an alternate dimension, who ended up on Legacy World all alone. He's found 4 destitute Stunticons who were led by Titanium's Menasor in their dimension. He taught them the meaning of strong leadership. His own exosuit system only lasts for like 666 seconds, but then when he locks together in a true act of teamwork with his new Legacy Universe, Legacy World Stunticons, that 666 flips over to 999, and then the 9s all turn to the side and form an infinity symbol. You know, the obvious fiction. Oh yeah, Kat, I've had this headcanon for like 4 years now. Like I'm gonna put it the arrogant way. The obvious story of the Legacy trilogy, it's really straightforward. It's people start showing up on Legacy Planet, there's no Optimus or Megatron, then the Autobots eventually get an Optimus who is Laser Optimus, who is the swordsman of the universe. He's a very noble and powerful Optimus, but he's also kind of violent, and they are finding these destitute pockets of Decepticons. The Decepticons are finding this form of hope in this lone Motormaster who keeps, you know, activating his Menasor frame to fight off Autobots and try to rescue Decepticons, whilst the Prime Autobots, who are the first ones that hooked up with Laser Optimus, they're used to Decepticons who are quite cutthroat, and so they are easily, you know, led to feel they gotta defend themselves quite heavily. But you start to have a little bit of, like, fraying in the ranks on both sides of, like, why are we even here? Before this can be sorted out and they can try to realize why we are being pulled into Legacy World, that's when you have the himbo duo of Tarn and G-Axis showing up, taking full control of all present Decepticons under absolutely iron-fisted leadership, during which the two of them are constantly, you know, quite certain that they have outsmarted the other one. And are, you know, as soon as they fulfill their plans, they will kill the other one and take over the entire team. Tarn constantly referring to Mother as you know, the valiant commander, the entity of his home universe that drives him and is the reason why he wears this face, and etc. And so you know, we throw in a few bits and pieces here. The Dinobots arrive, but they're from a universe, not just them. The Dinobots, Optimus, Starscream, Megatron, and someone else. I don't care who the other one is. They all show up, and they're the G1 characters, but they are all incredibly short, because they're from the core class universe. So nobody takes them seriously, because they are ineffectual for the most part. That is why the core class universe Dinobots eventually form a Volcanicus, inspired by the Junkions who show up in Season 2, in order to, you know, their sheer willpower is we want to look one of these scumbags eye to eye in the face before we punch them out. Season 2 being the big reveal, right? That Mother is Nemesis. Nemesis shows up, tilting the balance of things slightly in the favor of Tarn over G-Axis. G-Axis eventually gets the reinforcements of the G2 Decepticon army troop builder. What was the other part? During all this, you know, the Menasor is formed, a core consciousness born of 5 individuals within the Menasor frame. But then that's where escalation happens, because then your Optimuses and Megatrons start to show up. But it is, for instance, the ones from Armada, who are not there to take the reins on the two factions, because Armada, Megatron, and Optimus are having their own big giant fist fight the entire time. Victory Saber arrives, but so does Deathsaurus. They are too busy having a giant anime fight, for instance. And then, where does this all go? The main culmination I have in my mind is that eventually all of these disparate, you know, individuals all arriving on this weird legacy world, it gains the notice of an extra dimensional entity, which is a, you know, some iteration of a time-traveling Vector Prime, who uses the genetic budding reproduction system in G-Axis to form a physical body and step in on the events of Legacy World. Whatever the outcome of that is what then results in Age of the Primes, wherein the 13 Primes are manifesting, but they are manifesting as 13 completely normal Transformers who have never heard of Autobots or Decepticons, thus explaining why they have toys that are interacting with the other toys. See, I keep everything toyetic too. I'm on the goddamn ball with my headcanon. But yeah, to me it's just completely natural that Vector Prime using G2 comic book genetic budding reproduction is why... So he doesn't body snatch G-Axis. G-Axis just has this copy of his body bud out of his shoulder and, you know, in this sort of body horror moment kind of peel itself out, whilst this big floating glitter ball that is Vector Prime, you know, bops in, and it's all quite logical. I don't understand why this wasn't the cartoon they were doing. That's the worst part about my headcanon, is the basis of most of my headcanon is it starts with, well, it's pretty obvious to me that, and then I start talking for like half an hour. But anyway, that's also like, you know, where most of my arguments about why I like toys that a lot of people don't like kind of runs into a wall, is because I'm like, well, if you simply accept my reams of headcanon that I know instantly, this all makes sense. Where do the Star Raiders fit into this? Well, I mean, you know, the arrival of Armada Megatron at some point, probably, you know, whatever it is that is pulling things into Legacy World, it brings along a tidal wave. I don't really know the B to C on this, but the D, the big D, is you end up with tidal wave attempting to, you know, have some autonomy by simply taking someone else's orders, which is this these two Thundertrons who are assembling their own pirate crew to try to, you know, just pillage the resources of the Legacy World, and then one of them probably is just like, then we fly away. That's how easy this will be. And then the other Thundertron is probably smarter. Also, the Autobot Himbo brothers, not brothers, the Autobot Himbo pair is Galaxy Shuttle and Metal Hawk, and then the whole thing is where G-Axis and Tarn, you know, are obviously in love, but, you know, they're too stupid to get it. They also are paralleled by Metal Hawk and Galaxy Shuttle, who are like two ace rimmers. So they're himbos, but are incredibly effective himbos. So they're kind of too dumb to lead the Autobots, but they're very good at what they do, much to the consternation and frustration of Tarn and Giaxis, who simply assume they're very lucky. And then Velocitron happens, everyone takes a break for the Speedia 500. Yeah, that's the beach episode. That's please tell me there's somewhere we can read your fanfic headcanon stories. My brain. Doesn't Legacy have 2 Metal Hawks? Yeah, I mean, eventually another one shows up. That's the other thing, is like Legacy, right? Another reason why I'm like, man, you could have had so much fun with this, is because the nature of that kind of fiction, which is X-universe character, and this extends to other medias, obviously, one can reference a few other medias, but like, in just talking about Legacy World, right? What a great place to just play around and have fun, and go like, well, which Metal Hawk are we going to pick? And it's like, I don't know, use both, have the other one show up later. The fact that there is a G1 Toy Universe Optimus Prime, right, is like, what a great time to just have goofy fun with meta stuff. Have a Cyclonus who's got peeling foil stickers, who's just looking around and doesn't recognize a purple Galvatron. She's like, no, you're supposed to be gray with a battery in your ass. I think there's just a lot of fun you can have. A lot of unself-serious fun where I always reference Tokusatsu with this, but the seriousness is the eagerness, right? Cosmic yellowing. Yes, Boulder, exactly. Turn that into a funny bit in the show, or the media, or the whatever you're making. And just do everything eagerly. Like, my whole headcanon for Legacy Motormaster is a dead serious drama story. And it's goofy, because it's the Menacer armor, and I'm stealing the Garo bit, where when he puts it on, a timer shows up. Because I think that's cool. Not only the Garo bit, but also the face open from Daiku Maru Gai King, the one, the I was going to call it the modern one. It came out nearly 20 years ago, or over 20 years ago. But that one, where like there's nothing cooler to me in robots when a robot like activates a mode and physically transforms or merges with a thing, and then a gauge opens and a timer starts. That stuff is the cool stuff. Transformers needs to do that more. There's a lot of stuff Transformers can do where it's like, just do cool stuff and everything's better. That's like, hey, what was great about one of the big cool action sequences in Earthspark with the 2 Seekers on the army base? It's because they just do cool stuff. They don't get hung up on like, oh, why are we doing cool stuff? It's like, because it's a Transformers show. Just do cool stuff. That is, spelling cool stuff in a particular way with a particular font, obviously. But that is if there were ever one large frustration I ever had with Transformers media, as far as like its end delivery, it's just like, this constant, what feels like a handed down apprehension of like just doing the cool stuff, because then eventually it does the cool stuff and it's like, yeah, that was cool, hell yeah. Earnestness in fantasy fiction is one of the most valuable qualities of fantasy fiction. Oh yeah, I mean, like, I don't mean like don't worry about why it's happening. I mean, how do I put this? The worry coming from a meta level rather than an in-story level. Like, being concerned with like, well, why would we have, for instance, why would we have a Speedlines Gatai scene? What's everyone doing during that? Not to throw any shade at the Cybertron dub, because that was funny. But whenever the question is like, oh, what's the Speedlines thing? Are they just standing around watching? It's like, no, they're not. The Speedlines is to make it cool, so that cool stuff happens. In RID 2015, when Motormaster transforms, when the Speedlines appear, I stand up out of my chair, because I'm like, he's gonna do cool, and he did. That transformation sequence was friggin' baller. The only thing I was missing was like a full Speedlines Menasor Gatai. They came very close several times. But make me feel the plot and the story of the event, of the action happening. Speed lines is a great way to do it in the medium Transformers tends to occupy. Don't even have to do speed lines in animation. Do speed lines in comic books. Give me a 2-page spread of speedline Gatai panels. It's doable, in my opinion. That's why I want Powerhouse Animation doing a Transformers thing. Whatever it is, even if it sucks. Powerhouse at their worst is still quite watchable, I have found. I watched friggin' Blood of the Gods, alright? Granted, people have told me, like, that show was good, and I'm like, well, I disagree, but I still watched it because I liked watching it. I still need to watch the last season because I watch everything Powerhouse does. Not so, Alex. Hello. I'm in a prolonged wind down. I'm just rambling about what I think is cool. Yeah, Arcane Season 2, like, I'm not an Arcane hater or anything. It's just, like, Arcane Season 2 was, like, it was like, just scrambling to do so much stuff. As though it's, like, it was weird, because it came off like, everyone working on it knew that they only get to do Season 2, I'm assuming, unless I missed something. But it felt like they both, I don't know, the tone was, the production both knows this is the last season it gets, but also has all these other ideas, so what if we just try to do them anyway? And so it was just like, I don't think it was, like, awful, but it was, like, and I liked watching it. But it's just so much stuff happening. And not in, like, the maximalist way, just more in the, like, kind of cluttered way. Like, it felt like an episodic series version of an anime movie that summarizes a season, is what it felt like to me. So, like, I was generally like, no, this is neat, this is cool. It's just, like, I feel like I missed 14 episodes that don't exist. Longest here, have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? I haven't yet! I'm gonna! Because Trent Salamander shared the opening music number on Blue Sky, and I watched it, and I was like, oh, they made a thing for me! Excellent! I need to watch this. I think my viewing of Arcane Season 2 was also, like, actually somewhat bolstered by my not rewatching Arcane Season 1 in the years since I'd seen it. I just went in. I was like, whatever. I remember that there was a missile. I'll see what happens. But yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters is very much on my to-do list. Lexi Silver, I watched the first 7 minutes of K-pop Demon Hunters in silence over a little girl's shoulder on the plane ride to TFCon. Yeah, I want to see K-pop Demon Hunters. I would like to go and watch Superman in a theater. I think it sounds like fun. I would like to go watch Fantastic Four in the same theater. I think it sounds like fun. So I got some medias I'd like to see. Boulder, apparently Mark basically confirmed Bruticus will have asymmetrical toes, said Brawl will form the foot cover. Ayo! Alright. That's what I was thinking of, kind of. Tell you what, probably not as good without the music. Yeah. Yeah, like that sound, like, of those 7 minutes, I think that what Kat posted was like 5 of those or something, or 2 to 5 of those. But it had the music, so I guess I probably had a slightly better experience. But yeah, there's a theater near me that tends to be pretty quiet and kind of small. The VIP is gorgeous. I just don't think I want to pay VIP for these. So I want to try to catch them like middle of the day next week sometime when I have free time. Because it's not one of the it's a somewhat, you know, sizable theater, but it's located in a part of town that's easy to not notice there's a theater there, because there are bigger ones in very reasonable distance. So I kind of like sneaking in there to watch stuff. I need to check and see if they still do cheap ticket times. Because I do tend to just do VIP in this theater, because it's the VIP in this theater is like 18 seats. It's like 18 armchairs in a small room. It's beautiful. It's just like VIP ticket is like $20 or something. I don't know if it's $20. I can't remember anymore. It's been a while. But I like it because it's cozy and it's small. But it's still bigger than a computer monitor. Did you see the trailer for Primitive War? I don't remember. I did see the trailer for the Predator thing. That looked cool. My Superman ticket was free if you catch my... Wow! The theater exists that's open at night. Aw, dang. That's one of the nice parts about being in a city, is like the theaters will have like, if not one post-midnight showing, they'll at least have a showing that like ends well after midnight. Unless you need later than that, in which case, like, I feel for you. What is Primitive War? That sounds familiar. Granted, those are like two words that just sound like media words. I did not see this trailer at all. I'll take a look at that afterwards. I learned my lesson playing any trailers ever on a stream. It's like, we can't help but notice, you stole our audio. It's like, I played it for 3 seconds and talked over the entire goddamn thing. Most places' last showings here are at 9, ending at 12. Aw, dang. Not so, Alex. Were you talking about the SDCC TF reveals earlier? Not really. I'm going to do a... I'm planning sometime in the next day or two to go through the Hasbro Pulse video and mostly, like, comb through that and talk over it as an OBS recorded thing. Then put that up. Hit him with that audio jungle. Like, the capsule is, like, I think it all looks pretty neat. I'm severely let down by the two Junkions, mostly because I don't like those molds, but they're doing them in colors I want, so I'm probably going to end up getting them anyway, which feels horrible. I'm not going to get them, like, new. I'm going to try to catch them on sale. But, like, I don't like the car mold, and I found Trashmaster to be kind of mid, and head swap Trashmaster as animated Wreck-Gar does not tickle my fancy whatsoever. I think the Skeletor armor, the Skeletor with Megatron armor looks kind of funny. It's a shame they're apparently $30 US. I'm not gonna buy it at that, but if I see it on sale, I might pick that one up because it looks funny. No, the Jalopy Deco looks great. I just don't like that mold very much at all. I think the arms are awful to deal with. It's why I didn't buy a tow line. But, and this is the stupid part, the thing that draws me the most to Jalopy is they're like, it's axle grease in the colors you like, with the head sculpt you don't have. And I'm like, well, I guess it's logical to purchase then. But no, the deco looks great. I just don't like that car. Like, I also own it like 3 times because I bought Lockdowns. And I don't like the Lockdown toy much because it's that mold. But yeah, the Masters of the Universe Transformers thing, I saw people kind of gabbing about a bit, and I think like the Skeletor looks fun. I think that we are being robbed of a G1 cartoon Megatron head sculpt in the style of an 80s Masters of the Universe toy, specifically. And I also think that given how malleable and kooky the Motu Origins crossovers have been up until now, the stick-in-the-mud element on the Transformers one is probably coming from the Hasbro liaison side. That's just, I have no idea. I'm just guessing with what I understand of how those kind of collaborations work. That seems very much like the Hasbro end of that discussion is like, we'd love to do Transformers cross with Motu Origins. You can have armor that looks like our guys. Kind of. And that's all. That just seems like that's coming from the Hasbro side. There's nothing about anything Mattel has ever done with that line that would tell me they're the ones who presented, yeah, Megatron armor. It just doesn't feel like that's coming from the Mattel side to me. Yeah, Transformers characters wearing Eternia armor and also just having Motu bodies would be so funny. I would love that. Transformers and they all have nipples. I did hear, was it on Emma and a bunch of people, actually, but I tuned into Emma's stream, looking over that stuff, and I forgot who said it amongst the speakers, but someone was like, you know, He-Man Optimus Prime armor is the obvious one, but what about Prince Adam Orion Pax armor? And I was like, hell yes. That actually sounds really cool. If, you know, in the context of the gimmick they're doing, right? But yeah, I don't think it's like the, to be clear, like, I don't think it's like the Hasbro people going like, oh, it doesn't make sense for the robots to have He-Man bodies. I think it's more just the Hasbro side going like, we don't want to give you our IP to that degree. We will simply allow you to have the fusion cannon and Megatron's eyebrows. Like, it just seems like very business kind of nonsense. Because, you know, I've seen the conversation of like, oh, why didn't they do a He-Man vehicle that turns into a Transformer like with the G.I. Joe ones? And I feel like that would be if the crossover toys were being made by the Hasbro end. But this very much looks like Hasbro is the branch reaching over to Mattel saying, like, we will give you IP to make toy out of. Whereas, you know, conversely, Mattel then goes like, then we will give you Hot Wheels IP to make toy out of in Transformer. Stuff like that. I'm sure someone along the process probably would have pitched something like, you know, Optimus Prime Dragon Walker, you know. And similarly, Man-at-Arms with Bumblebee armor, right? That is a very, like, brand IP thing to do as opposed to a logical thing to do. Because there are countless characters who would work better as the partner armor for Man-at-Arms. But Man-at-Arms is the B character to the A that is He-Man in the protagonist side of the brand franchise IP imagery. Therefore, his matching brand franchise IP imagery is Bumblebee, who, you know... Not, like, that's a case where, like, I think, as someone who's not really into, like, you know, utter cynical talk on that kind of level, I try not to dip into the pure cynicism side of it when I feel, in this case, like with, you know, the He-Man with Transformers armors, from just the two they've shown so far, at least, like, it very much looks like that's a relevant, you know, thing to think about, is it looks like extremely cynical brand IP imagery, evergreen synergy is happening. Oh yeah, wave sign, like everyone... I've seen it all over the place, that Man-at-Arms is literally in bronze color scheme already. So it's like, yeah, it also just makes more sense top to bottom. Man-at-Arms and Bumblebee as characters have almost literally nothing in common. But yeah, Evelyn with Starscream armor seems very likely to me. Like, it might be Evelyn or Beastman. I think it could be either. I would say be prepared for Beastman with Starscream armor, just in case that happens. And also embrace how funny that is, because that doesn't make any sense. in the context of a nonsensical crossover, goofy thing that already is. It's like, and then Beastman with Starscream armor. Beastman, the famous Starscream analog in He-Man. Because, like I said, I think that the decision-making process in that project is probably going to be, like, 2 liaisons talking, as opposed to, like, two dedicated brand teams. It just feels like a very, like, 2 liaisons having a phone call kind of thing. But also, I will always point out, like, I am an amateur layman hobbyist who just remembers lots of stuff, and that's where all my statements are coming from. I don't have inside info. I don't work at any of these companies, so, don't take what I'm saying as like, oh, finally, the gospel answer. But, like, I feel like it's a fairly solid, educated guess that I'm making. You can tell I haven't streamed in, like, 2 weeks, because, like, I am now approaching the 5-hour mark, at least an hour after I said I was going to wind down. Buzz-Off and Bumblebee would have been so funny. That would have been the one, though. That would have been, like, the other version of the 2 liaisons having the conversation. Like, Bumblebee! Well, over in He-Man, we have a bee, too. Or, like, friggin', there's a non-zero chance that it's just Tila in RC armor. And then Evelyn in Flame War armor. But, if more interesting decisions happen... like, for instance, Webster in Black Arachnia armor, hell yeah. I appreciate the use of He-Man without the hyphen. I will be adding that to my lexicon. Yeah, that's a go-to. That's a classic. But yeah, generally speaking, the SDCC Transformer stuff, outside of me being kind of like, oh, that's jalopy. I was pretty much into most all of it. I don't really have anything like, that negative to say about anything they showed. I don't know that I'm going to, jump and buy all of it myself immediately. But nothing made me go like, I can't believe. Unless I'm just forgetting about something. I don't know. Is there something that I was anticipated to be super not into? That's a weird question to ask. While they were having their stream, I was sending messages to the streamers saying that someone needs to naturally and on their own make it sound like they on their own thought up the phrase, if they were going to do the true fans a favor, they would be doing what any true fan would want out of this collab, which is Snout Spout with Action Master Elite Omega Supreme armor, to which I would then immediately reply in the chat, well, that's so great to hear. Speaking as another true fan, I agree, and I'm so happy to finally hear someone else say what we've all been thinking. Lexi Silver, I think I like Megatron Skeletor more than any of the Godzilla TMNTs. Megatron Skeletor is, like, just fascinatingly owning what feels like a kind of compromised gimmick from the get-go. It's the part... specifically where Skeletor is wearing it's not that he's wearing a Megatron helmet, it's that he's wearing a Megatron helmet with Megatron eyebrows that, like, is pushing it that extra level for me. Because yeah, the Godzilla TMNTs, I'm like, they look fine. But the main thing they seem to be bringing about is the question of, like, why is Mikey Ghidorah? Why is Mikey Ghidorah? Is there something that we should be knowing about Mikey? Like, what? Why is Mikey Ghidorah? Oh yeah, there's Godzilla TMNT. Let me go see if I can find a picture for you. Yeah, also Donnie's missing. That's the other. That didn't do it, damn it. Yeah, drag you in. There we go. So yeah, it's Raphael, Rodan, Mikey, King Ghidorah, and Leonardo Godzilla. Donnie is Jet Jaguar? Excuse me? Or maybe this line has something going on. Yeah, is there better photos? Yeah, there's some better photos down here. Surely. There you go. The only thing about these I saw that I kind of agreed with is that these molds don't wear tails super well. They just kind of look weird with tails, and I don't disagree. I would like to see that Jet Jaguar Donnie, to be perfectly honest. Oh yeah, they technically have tails. It's like having a prehensile tail just looks strange on Ninja Turtles. Mikey having two of them somehow looks stranger when usually that's the one where I'd be like, you know, when you have two, then you've circled the sun. There's just so much about Mikey King Ghidorah that I can't deny. Like, it makes me ask questions. Where's the other two heads, for instance? The other two heads are his dick! Oh, here we go. It's artwork from Reddit. I don't know why I'm making this sound so horrible. Wait, why does he have... Mikey has two other heads in the... Oh, it's armor. Oh, okay. Pauldron. Okay, I guess. Okay, they better just be hand puppets. Yeah, Donatello as Jet Jaguar is doing... The part where it looks like the bandana doesn't really fit his head anymore is pretty good. Oh, those are pauldrons. I thought those were just his funny Ghidorah mustaches. As long as you can put them on his hands, then maybe I'm down. I don't know. Final Wars Geigen Shredder. Well, that answers that question. What else happened that was interesting? Jada Toys is doing another Street Fighter, so the seal has been popped. They're doing Alpha. So they revealed Alpha Ryu, and then they said, we're going to reveal two more over the next 2 days, and I was like, it would be really funny if they revealed Ken and Dan, but they revealed Charlie and Chun-Li, so that's neat. Shredder with chainsaw. Yeah, that's what shreds more than a chainsaw? An electric guitar, obviously. Why is it always Reddit? Is that the only... No, this... Okay. I want to see all three. There we go. Yeah, I'm, like, inherently I'm a little more interested in Jada stuff than Storm, only because, like, I like the way Jada stuff feels for the price. But, you know, Storm's alpha stuff is apparently their brand new sub $30 price point that certainly can't be in reaction to anything whatsoever. I'm also, like, I'm not, like, super, you know, tight deep on Street Fighter Alpha as much. It looks cool. But it lets me calm down a little bit. I'm still probably going to pick some up, because they look neat. Yeah, they had a bunch of cyberpunk stuff get shown, I think, as well in artwork during their panel. Yeah, that's like Jada. The best thing Jada did, other than get really good at making 6-inch action figures, is like just like throw a net out of like what their action figures are, because it's like Street Fighter, Mega Man, Invincible, Cyberpunk, Scooby-Doo, and cereal mascots. So it's like amongst all those things, that is a very wide aesthetic swathe. I am very tempted by the Scooby-Doo stuff as well, because I don't think anyone will ever make Mystery Incorporated aesthetic things, and I can squint enough to just make those things look like Mystery Inc. to me. No, the Flintstones are specifically Fruity Pebbles Flintstones, so they're part of the cereal mascot thing. They were the Chester Cheetah guys, yeah. Oh yeah, Universal Monsters. Adam Rockmore, they showed Adam, Smasher, Main, and Rebecca from Edge Runners. Okay. But yeah, someone else had pointed out that, like, it was very funny that the Flintstones figures were, like, really specifically Fruity Pebbles themed. So I was like, yeah, that's one of those... It's one of the reasons why I love picking up tidbits about licensors and people's experiences with them, for all the weird minutiae like that, where it's like... It's just a thing where it might be like... We want to do the Flintstones. How can we do them? We can only do the Flintstones under the banner of Fruity Pebbles. Because then someone gets sent to a vault to go like, all right, comb the annals of Fruity Pebbles commercial history to see how many Flintstone characters appeared in those commercials that we can justify as being a Fruity Pebbles themed release. I would say if you want to just pick up one Jada figure and you don't really care where it comes from, get M. Bison. M. Bison kind of is, to me, emblematic of a lot of their top quality high points. It's a big figure, it's very posable, it feels good to pose, and has a double-stitched wired cape made of soft goods, and costs the same as all the other Street Fighter toys. I need to make a video about M. Bison. I've been falling behind on my non-Transformers videos. It's that weird balance I run of, like, I want to make videos about what I want, but when I have a lot of things I want to make videos for, I do lean slightly Transformers, because those seem to resonate more with viewers. American M. Bison or Japan M. Bison? Well, technically now well, no, one of them isn't out yet. Soon it will be both. He's $20 on Amazon. Yeah, his cape is double stitched with a wire. That's the part that blew my mind. Not just a wire cape on soft goods, but double stitched cloth. Like, I don't understand how that toy costs the same as the other ones. And their Cyberpunk toys all have soft goods too, sort of. Like, at least a bunch of them do. I haven't messed with those. Like, the only thing I found with Bison is, like, he does a shoulder pad swap to put the cape on, and on mine I had a lot of trouble getting one of the shoulder pads on and off, and it sounded like that was a, like, uncommon but not rare thing to happen to some folks. It is something you can do. You don't have to, like, mod the toy at all. Like, you just have to eventually... One of them will just go on. The other one I had to, like, really kind of follow the arc of pressures to get it to go on again. But Jada have also done, like... How do I put this? Sort of, like, second production run tweaks on some toys. Like, not so much, like, tweaks, but, like... Mostly this is about Chun-Li, because, like, she was at the, quote-unquote, the old factory, and then she was at the new factory, and then it feels like there may have been, like, another small running change just to, like, get her face deco better. So I'm curious if that may happen with, well, I'm curious if like, just, if you buy an M. Bison now, as opposed to, you know, a year ago when I did, maybe it just works more. But also plenty of M. Bisons, going by my combing of, like, 20 videos about him. Most people's shoulder pads also just work. Oh yeah, their Scooby-Doo line is, like, opening with the Space Kook as well. And they just revealed Scooby-Doo in the Scooby-Doo line, who looks like actually like a kind of cool posable Scooby-Doo, which is a weird sentence to say. Oh yeah, Fei Long as well. Yeah, because, well, it was that whole, like, you know, the first wave, Ryu, Fei Long, and Chun-Li. Chun-Li was sort of wave 1.5, kind of, sort of, but not, and then... To this day, I've still never seen Ryu. And now all the EB games in Canada are... They're only getting the Player 2 colors now for some characters, which is really annoying. And Player 2 Ken is everywhere, and guess what? He looks exactly like Ryu until I look at him closer. Also, I've only seen Player 2 Guile, and I'm like, I want Player 1 Guile. Can I drag this in? Yeah, there's the Space Kook. It's worth checking out the Jada panel. Design guy talked about how the goal with Scooby was to make the most posable dog figure they possibly could. I did not know the panel was floating around. Although, you know, in hindsight, every panel's floating around, so I don't know why I didn't think to go look. Oh, someone uploaded in vertical, but it shot sideways? That's annoying. Is this the edge? Oh! So it wasn't just artwork. Okay. That's pretty cool. Big robot man. I don't know Cyberpunk that well. But yeah, this one's got, like, soft goods vest, soft goods jacket. Ugh. That's something I really like about lines like the Scooby-Doo line, is, like, seeing that stuff in 3D. What was it? They debuted a couple vinyls. I don't know where to find the picture anymore. At SDCC on Friday, I think. And it was, like, vinyls of the Rankin Bass, Bilbo, and Gollum. And they looked amazing, but also it was, like, so weird to see the Rankin Bass designs as physical objects that were that high fidelity. Like, it was, not Uncanny Valley, because they look good. It was just so weird and kind of neat. I was like, dang. Like, I forgot how spooky Rankin Bass Gollum is. I want to see Rankin Bass Smoke as a physical object. That'd be kind of fun. I mean, the line is a bunch of soft bees, right? So, like, just do them as a huge vinyl. This giant rotocast. Alright, I'm gonna start the music, so I tell myself to bail. Let me just go throw something else at the end here. Hey, thanks for watching. So yeah, my Omega Prime so far is fine. I'll try to look up the hip ratchet thing. I don't imagine that there's like, I didn't feel anything was wrong, but maybe that's part of the it's so humid. I've been running my dehumidifier function on my AC this entire time. My hair is still all funky. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. But tomorrow night, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm going to be out playing Magic: The Gathering at Danu's Social House. And I'm going to be kind of busy next week, but I'm going to see if I can fit in some more streaming. Because as I said, I got box shred to do of some stuff I got at TFCon. And something else to talk about. But yeah, also OBS recorded video about the SDCC reveals. It might just be sometime next week, because I'm like, whatever. I want to see what happens if I do it without trying to do it the day things are revealed, and if there's like any real change in response. I was also thinking about just doing a talkie video about, like, if you're an online media person, how to, like, somewhat protect yourself as far as, like, being treated for what you're worth. And this is on the back of many different things, including the V-Shoujo thing. Just hearing another organization full of people who are not talking to each other about their money. That is not the first time I've heard that story. And that also relates to a lot of how to value yourself as a media person online. I kind of want to yammer about that a bit sometime. But other than that, hopefully I can get a review up tomorrow on Monday as well. It's almost done! It's a short one. It's about a Constructicon. In the meantime, thank you all for hanging out. I will catch you all later. Stay safe out there. Another reason I want to get back to streaming, other than making me feel pretty good, always seems like it is a nice reprieve for folks. So, that's it. Go watch how I open the stream. You didn't see that. I'll catch you all later. Bye-bye.
Let them come.